seem to find the right moves.
I'm just seeing Chris's.
It seems like that E pawn just was inevitably going to run forward, right?
Well, I could see trading it if it was a winning endgame, but maybe I don't know. I mean, either it wasn't winning or he screwed it up, one or the other.
And he tricks him. And wins.
You could have gone king f8 then, couldn't you? That's king h8.
What a nice trick. Going all the way to h8 with the king.
He just keeps doing it though. Game after game after game.
Yeah, relentless.
So
speaking of our talk about the endgame earlier on, when should we study the endgame? Well, this guy who had the black pieces definitely should.
Yeah.
Oh, hi Julia, you're still awake, man. Wow. In the chat. So if you just search the English Chess Federation club and then click join in it, and that should enable you to join this tournament. So I'm assuming that you haven't got like a play button, because on my screen, underneath where where you've got your notation there for the game, I've got a big green join button.
Yeah, I don't. So I'll try again.
That, I don't think you're part of the club there.
Now that Keith is not in the middle of a dramatic game.
And search clubs on the right. Find clubs on the right hand side, maybe, or wherever it might go. Top one, yeah. Click on that. Yeah. Click join. It should be automatic to go into it. So now when you come back to the arena, which if you click on the easiest way to do that, because I don't think there's actually an easy way to do this. So for example, like the current arena that's going on at the moment, I find it really difficult to join. So if you click in the middle there, there's an arena button. Up, left, there, yep. I find it really difficult. I don't even see it there, can we? It's really difficult to find.
I can go back to the other link from your email.
Yeah, well, I've just put it in I've just put it in the stream chat actually.
Okay.
So you can just click on that to bring you back.
Oh, I think we got rated. Welcome to everyone who's watching me attempt to join this thing. Sorry for the less than riveting. Okay, that
we want you to join and turn your sound off so Yuri and I can make fun of you.
Yeah. So everyone who just tuned in, this is a fundraiser for the British Red Cross supporting Ukraine. And thanks to whoever rated us, or if we're on chess.com TV. Jonathan, you probably know more than I do.
Yeah, no, definitely. So we're trying to raise money for the British Red Cross Ukraine crisis appeal. All the money goes to them, and obviously it's quite close to home for us in Europe, but obviously in Americas, you're seeing what's going on, and obviously viewers from everywhere. But all the money will go towards helping the humanitarian effort, where it's a case of hygiene kits, trying to make water drinkable, mattresses for people to sleep on. All the money goes to there. So if you're on Twitch and you like what you see on stream, you're having a bit of entertainment, and also maybe even playing in the tournament as well, then by all means you can donate. Just scroll down on Twitch and underneath the About part, and you'll see the Tiltify page there to actually donate some money, which is absolutely amazing. If you do that, and we've got some more commentators lined up for you as well. And so as I'm just about to wake up ish, we've got Simon Bibby also joining us from Japan, which is amazing as well. He's former guy from England, so I'm looking forward to having a good chat with him. Although I hope he's going to make a lot of conversation. I'm just thinking, how awake actually am I at the moment, which is quite good to see. But yeah, that's basically it. And cheers, Ben, Neil, and Yuri. And it's been really good to have. I'm still shocked by the level of support from you guys. So thank you ever so much for coming over. It's been brilliant for you to do this slot for us. And I think I've been kind of like asleep on the sofa just down there, and I think you've just been having a nice good chat about chess and just what's been going on and everything. And it's that's what I want. I think it's nice just to have a chat about what we've all got this familiar interest that we like, and it's good to share ideas on your books, and what the new training courses are. Can you play enough? And that's quite a big problem for some of you guys in America, isn't it? Trying to get enough games in. Yeah. I've actually got my own problem. Although I have to travel like an hour and a half to games. That's like ages. which I'm sure as Neil's there going, no, it's not. That's really close. For a Brit, that's a long way. So, spending time away from my wife and accommodation fees and stuff. So I've got a new solution. I'm actually going to do my own tournament in my own.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's awesome.
If try and bring the tournament to myself, it also brings up chess in my local area as well at the same time. I encourage you to do the same things. If you need more games, then you have to sometimes think outside the box and how to do it. It's not always easy to do, but I'm lucky that I've got a FIDE arbiter that lives in the same county as me, which is quite handy.
Now, I lived in St. Albans for a few years. Where do you live?
I live in Stoke-on-Trent.
Oh, cool.
So I've got Manchester, Liverpool, Birmingham, kind of all around me, like just over an hour in each direction. But it's there's not actually like chess tournaments on all the time. A lot of the tournaments that I want to play in, especially like the nine rounder tournaments. They're the ones that I really want to play in. The weekend tournaments are kind of like okay, but usually in the weekend tournament, first couple of rounds you're playing against lower rated players because it's a Swiss system, and then when it gets to round 3, 4, and 5, you might have good opposition. But really, it's the 9-round tournaments, the week-long tournaments. They're the ones that I really want to play in because they're the ones where hopefully you're going to get good opposition for all 9 games, and you get to play more GMs and IMs and stuff. Hopefully in the future, for somebody like me at this kind of 2200 level. But actually, the tournament I'm going to organise is I'm kind of like inviting a load of people. I'm going to have the entry fee like being really cheap, but we're not even going to have any prizes at all. I'm just trying to cover the costs, and that's it. And so there's no prizes, but just playing 9 games of chess against people of a similar rating to me.
That sounds good.
The idea. And hopefully trying to, I emailed this out about nobody does this at the moment. Everybody's got prizes, which of course makes the cost of entry higher, cost for the organizer a lot higher. So if we've got no prizes, you just pay simply for playing the games. So 50 quid for 9 rounds of FIDE chess against somebody of equal strength. And I've got like 7 people kind of lined up already. Just need a few more spots to be filled. So it's quite cheap to stay in Stoke as well, which is quite good for other people traveling in. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I hope it comes off. I hope I don't run into some stumbling blocks somewhere along the line or something like that. But yeah, it should be quite good. I'm looking forward to it.
Great.
Wish I lived close enough to play.
Yeah, it's might be a bit expensive for you guys. But I'm looking at your tournaments over there, and I swear at some point I'm going to come over there and play an all-play-all or something, or an IM Norm tournament or something like that. I can't not in my life. It sounds like a great opportunity. I think I mentioned before my wife would be quite happy with a holiday over there as well.
Nice, yeah. Well, let us know. I mean, obviously either Massachusetts or if you're in Philadelphia or New York, give me a shout.
Yeah, quite like who's put in the chat there. Somebody can we do it on the Tuesday, rainy Tuesday night? Yeah, that's our Stoke City football team. We're quite bruising. Do you know that saying, guys? Can you do it on a cold, wet, rainy Tuesday night in Stoke?
No, I don't know that one.
No, okay. So yeah, we're in. We've got a kind of reputation of being like a really hard to beat soccer team, as in, a reputation for people get their legs broken sometimes when they play against us.
Obviously, which team is it?
Stoke City.
Okay.
But so the saying goes, can you, obviously you can play against the best teams in the world, but can you do it on a cold, wet, rainy night in Stoke on Tuesdays?
I like it.
Do. Can Messi ever do that? Probably not. Ronaldo's done it though. So we'll have to see. Right. So is this just Keith's tournament at the moment, or?
Yeah, I mean he's not gonna sleep. He's not gonna let anyone catch him. So.
Although actually his opponent is really challenging him. He's been winning this entire time. Although things got a bit. Yeah, Keith is so good at defending.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Is it okay to bring Simon on stream? I think he's joining now, actually, from Japan.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Hello, Simon.
Hello. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are.
Wow,
Hello.
you're looking sharp there. Nice to meet you, Simon.
Hello. Shake hands to everybody. Hello there.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey, nice to meet you.
I'll put my camera down here. Yeah, it's a sunny day here in Japan. I went for breakfast this morning on the beach. So just ambling over here now. So yeah, nice to meet everybody. Thank you for having me here, Jonathan. So yeah. So what's happening? Keith is winning this, is it then? Yeah.
At the moment,
Can you update people? Can you update me on the scores and who's participating? Let's have a look. See who's here. Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the tournament started at 5 p.m. UK time, and by all means, if there's people who have just been streamed over, see we've got quite a lot of viewers now, and this game is looking pretty heavy at the moment because it's number 1 versus number 2. But so I think Toshinsky, if he can score a win here, maybe you can claw him in. We've been going for quite a long time. But if you're from somewhere else, like America, for example, you're just tuning in, you're thinking, actually, I fancy playing in it. You can actually play in this tournament now, and you're more than welcome to absolutely play in this tournament. Ben just demonstrated how to join the club, and literally the link I'll just put in the stream chat. Again, you can just click on that link. You can click join, but you need to be in the English Chess Federation club first, otherwise it won't let you join. So on the left hand side, click on the social part, click on clubs. You can join and play in the tournament. And actually, you could technically be eligible for prizes as well. You have been. We're coming up to playing for 11 hours and 10 minutes now. So you're 11 hours and 10 minutes behind everybody else. But you can still play lots of games. And if you fancy being eligible for the prizes, you just need to donate £5 or more. You can do that on Twitch by just scrolling down. All the money goes to the British Red Cross in Ukraine. But at the moment, it looks like it's Grandmaster Keith Harcourt's tournament to lose. Will he ever fall asleep? We don't know. It's currently 4:10 in the morning our time. So he has gone through the whole 24 hours before, I'm told. He's won it for the previous 2 years. We're looking for the next challenger. Currently, Toshinsky from Ukraine is currently giving them keep it in touching distance.
So if someone significantly stronger than Keith logged on and started playing, would they be able to beat him over and over again? Because otherwise, no one's going to catch him, right? And also, Jonathan, when you get a chance, I'm curious what the prizes are. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, if people keep interrupting his streaks, then that'll take down his points.
Ah, okay.
So therefore, because at the moment, every time he wins, he's going to get 4 points. So the first time you play and you win, you get 2 points. If you win your very next game, then because you've won your first game, you get 3 points for that next win. And then if you win another game after that, you get 4 points. So now you see here he's got this little. If you click on the leaderboard standings on the left-hand side to the right of the chessboard, Ben, and click standings, he's got a streak at the moment of 12 games on the bounce where he's won all 12 games. So this is there are next on the right-hand side next to him. He's on 391 points, 12-game winning streak. So if he wins this game here against Toshinsky, it's going to be another 4 points for him. So this is why it's so important. Every single little one that he wins and loses is going to be, more field because he's that's nearly 60 points ahead of Toshinsky at the moment. But we've got lots of people playing. As you scroll down the standings, you can see that we've got some. Check this is Richard Pert. He's going to be back on in the morning, actually joining the stream. Winners FIDE Master. I don't actually know who that is. Manuel HNG. Done very well. Matthew Wadsworth was actually on the stream for 20 minutes. He was just absolutely shattered after playing his 70 games. FIDE Master Welsh Tiger is Greg Toshchek from Wales, which is my country. Quite good to see just a little bit lower than the top 14 and 15th place is Biranednum. That is actually Brandon Clark. He actually coaches for he's an international master. He's got 60 out of 70 wins. He's on 200 points at the moment, trying to claw some time back. Tom O'Gorman. And then as we stroll down, you get this kind of smattering of IMs and FMs and other players as well, because there's lots of things. I'm sure there's probably some players that have just started. But if you want to play, if you want to sign up, then you definitely can do. Let me just put the link in to the stream chat as well. That's a link with some more information on what you need to do. But yeah, everything's up for grabs still. I still think that Keith might actually fall asleep at some point, but maybe I'm wrong.
And what are the prizes? What is
So yeah, the prizes are they've been donated by chess.com, Chessable, Elkin Ruby, and Chess and Bridge. Looking for some clarification on some of those. I think chess.com are matching donations, but Chessable are giving some pro memberships out and like $50 or £50 course vouchers out. So as place prizes. So I'm going to get confirmation tomorrow about these. Well, when people wake up on our Sunday, but definitely for first place, I believe that there's going to be a highest placed junior player and a highest placed female player as well. I should imagine there'll be prizes for the top three, but I think they're just clarifying some of the things there. And unfortunately, some of the books that have been supplied probably can't be sent to America, so they'll probably just be UK only due to postage. But all of the digital prizes are available for anybody in the world to actually win. So if you think you can claw back Keith Arkle here, come and give it a go and take the test, or just bet your friends. It's be great to see some American flags or any kind of flag, different flags coming into the top 10 here, because we're not even halfway through yet. Just to put that in perspective, we're not halfway through yet. You can still make a dent in this. These people will get tired. They will start making mistakes.
Well, unlike Keith Arkle, I need to sleep, so I might try to catch a game or two in the morning and enter. But I think I'm going to call it a night.
No, thanks very much, Ben. It's been great having you on, and hopefully at some point we can have a conversation.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, it's an awesome job you're doing, and it's much appreciated. So yeah, we can chat when you're less delirious and there's less entertainment.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. A bit more awake.
Okay.
Thanks, Ben. Bye-bye.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Cheerio.
Now's the
Good
part.
night.
Right.
So thank you so much, guys, for doing this. It looks like it's getting a little maybe early enough in some parts of the world, so people are joining.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to have a lot of viewers just watching this tournament unfold. And let me just make sure that we're following these top two players. I guess they're going to have a lot of games against each other in the future. But so we currently got Keith's game against Ramses. But yeah, I've not done this before. And the person that did it before me, she's going to be coming on in a couple of hours. It's Natasha Regan. She did a fantastic job of looking after this, and for some reason I volunteered to do this. I don't quite know why.
You're luckily inheriting this, are you? Okay.
Yeah, I inherited this part. It's definitely a big learning experience as well. So Yuri, you've come on over. Have you done much streaming or covering of chess tournaments before at all? Or?
Well, yeah, to be honest, not that much. I've been mostly focusing on writing and teaching right now. And at some point I was excited about streaming, and I still am excited. I think we were discussing this a little earlier today. I feel like you want to be fully committed and you want to be really consistent. And if you can't, then maybe it's worth doing it a little later, And yeah, somehow I'm a bit of a person who likes going all in on one activity, like teaching, And so it's a little bit difficult, to stream as well, but it's super fun, especially when you have guests and a lot of viewers already.
Yeah, I mean, and by Neil as well. So make sure. Thank you very much for your effort too. It's got such a nice voice, hasn't he? Yeah, I don't know. I was sleeping just down there, and all I could hear was Neil's voice coming in my ear, going. So some of this now. So Simon, you're in Japan at the moment. How long have you been in Japan for?
I've been here for 23 years now, since 2000. So this is quite a long time. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm from the UK originally. I was kind of a junior player in England, so back in the day. Came here when I was 25 and never quite made it home. In terms of chess, I played in the last Olympiad. And Jonathan, we didn't meet there, but it seems you were there. I played in the Olympiad before that in 2004. But I kind of had a hiatus in between for about 10 years of just no chess.
Yeah.
Returned a few years ago. So, but yeah, in Japan, it's just past lunchtime, and it's a sunny day, so I'm going hiking after this. So that's where we are.
Sounds lovely. And what's the chess scene in Japan like?
Yeah, I mean, it's changed over the years. When I first arrived, well, I wasn't playing chess when I arrived, and I got into it. I kind of tried to find out what's happening and started playing. There were a few 2200s, but not so much happening. So what would happen? The Japan Championships would be a few of us would play each other, and then you got kind of just trying to hoovering up the rest. Across 20 years, then people have got. There's more players now. It's really developed. There's more stronger players at the top now. So there's definite progress here. Yeah. The federation's much stronger and better organized now. Some really good people have come in to help out. So that's been kind of more formalized. So there's certainly a lot of progress. Yeah. There's more events happening in Tokyo and around the place. There's more clubs now. So we're more stronger players and the better stronger players at the top. So things are progressing.
There's quite a lot of other games in there, and I think Elise Mel's put in the chat as well about like shogi and things like that. I know that Natasha plays shogi. He'll be on later on. Is that something that is there quite a lot of clash of lots of games that in this kind of?
Yeah, I mean shogi's. I mean, I think chess originated in India, is that right? And then went west and became chess, and went east and became shogi in Japan, shanqi in China, and there's multiple similar games in kind of Cambodia and such places, Myanmar, and chess and shogi is Japanese chess. It's quite a big game. You see it on TV sometimes. There's a lot of money in it, huge sponsorship money in shogi.
Really?
It's that people can make quite a lot of money at the top. There's a few, the top ranked players will are kind of raking it in. Yeah.
You were in the wrong game.
Yeah, very much so. Let's move over to shogi and poker, I think. Very much so. So a lot of the shogi players come over to chess, actually. Last year's champion, Aoshima, he's a professional shogi player. Habu, who was the #1 shogi player for a number of years, he's probably about IM strength, but doesn't really play. I was speaking to Hikaru some years ago about Habu when Hikaru came over, and he says he just thinks Habu is just really strong. You quickly become a good GM, but he's just very busy with shogi. So there's also Ego or Go, the kind of the colored kind of tokens, black and white. That's quite a big game. I think Natasha's quite keen. Matthew Sadler's also quite keen on shogi.
Yeah, he'll be joining later on as well on Natasha's stream too. Yeah, so I know they do shogi. I don't really know much about it at all. Maybe it's something I should definitely look at. But it's not something that I'm going to just jump into at the moment. But fully go on chess. But I mean, okay. Well, I mean, I want to quiz you more about this as well, but we've also got to pay attention to the tournament.
We need to look at the chess games that are happening in front of us. I think we do.
Yeah, and just see anybody's got any questions in the chat. By all means, we'll have a look. If you're actually playing in the tournament, then by all means, just let us know what your username is, and also tell us what standing you are, so I can scroll down to you quite quickly. Looks like Keith is still playing. We're currently with Tuhinsky. Yuri, have you got any points on this game at the moment? Looks like we've got quite a bit of pressure down this H file.
Yes, I actually was going to also ask about shogi, but yeah.
Go on, carry on. No, go on. Please ask away.
So one thing that is a little interesting. So one of the coaches at our chess club in Kiev actually was really into shogi, and I think that he was. I just don't know, to be honest. I'm not sure if I'm qualified to make any specific statements, but I think he was saying that he was in top 10 in Europe.
Oh.
And he was saying that basically, if you compare it to the, chess ratings, right, the best European players are like 2,300 and the Japanese players are like 2,800. He said the gap was so incredible and so immense that it's even silly to think of any gap or compare, And
Yeah, I mean, this would kind of make sense, I guess, that the top players here are just so much stronger. That's what I've been told. I know the game. I know the rules. I don't particularly play, but a lot of my friends in chess have come from shogi, so they're telling me about the shogi world and such like. That would make sense. I think that the game is so well developed here, and there's just not enough kind of literature.
So it's just fascinating. Since you brought this up and you drew this comparison, I just immediately thought of him. And maybe you could tell us a little more about how it's different in terms of, because I heard maybe about shogi that it was a lot more positional with a lot less tactics, and that's why the computer struggled in it so much.
For shogi, I think maybe that might be Ego. I think the game Ego with the kind of black and white counters. I think that's, as was explained to me by an old colleague of mine, Demis Hassabis, who now works at Google DeepMind, and I think is the boss of DeepMind. He was explaining to me some years ago that he considers that Ego is the most logical and the most positional. It's kind of about geography and areas and collecting areas and such like. I don't really know, but just is from Demis Hassabis, who was explaining to me. Shogi, the big difference with chess is that when shogi, you take the opponent's pieces, you can drop them on as your pieces. Whereas chess, of course, that when they leave the board, they're forever off the board. So I think shogi in that sense is actually quite tactical because you can just have these tactical blitzes as things kind of drop back on. But Ego with the counters, I understand that's kind of very positional, and for a long time the computers had a big trouble with it. Yeah, until Demis came along, blew away the Korean dude. Yeah. So I think that's as I understand it from my limited grasp of these games, including chess. That's roughly as I understand it. That's right. Yeah. So Yuli, have you played at all? Have you played shogi or Go, Ego?
I think I did maybe literally once because of this guy mostly who was doing both an incredible and a terrible job of keeping people interested in chess in our club, because he was just hiring and trying to convert everyone to shogi. So because of him, I think everyone who's ever been to my chess club has tried it, but I don't think it went very far at the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a different game. I mean, I think a lot of chess players go to poker, and a lot of chess players go kind of to shogi as well. But I don't know I have enough time for all these things, so I just play a little bit of chess and just carry on with my life. Apart from that, I think there's I need so much time available. But guys, we should have a look at the chess games at some point. So actually, can we just have a look what's happening here? So who's playing here? Can you fill us in?
We've got the Boston Strangler, which is actually the UK English guy, Nigel Birtwistle, in Chess Fiction, who I'm not too sure who Chess Fiction is. I haven't got the name on the account, but looks like he's trying to win this endgame with this with his extra pawn, but his king is just so cut off here that he's going to have a hard time winning this, because as soon as this king comes over to this square, and at some point this king's surely going to get into g5, surely? Or am I wrong there, Yuri?
Yeah, it looks like black sort of exhausted, right? His chances to play for a win, because I always have some kind of rook a6, right? Harassing the g6 pawn. The problem is a black pawn. I mean, and obviously you can try this, right? You can't really lose with black. Although, if you get, I guess, too excited, you could definitely lose this with black. I remember I was absolutely shocked. So these positions in rook endgames, 3 pawns and 3-on-3 on the king side and a pawn on the queen side. And my coach played an international master once while having the side who was a pawn down in a classical game. And White got so excited moving his king over that he won with black.
Yeah.
A pawn down. Here, see, actually, black already dropped this pawn. Okay, now obviously they should just agree to a draw.
Yeah.
But they're not going to do that. They're going to play on for 6.
It looked like he was going to try and venture over there, but then decided to just give up the ghost and just no, thank you very much, and halve out. Yeah.
Unless there's some dirty flag in here, then it's going to
be... yes. It's 5-0. Can you just fill in?
Yeah, you can just flag people. You want to dirty flag people? That's perfectly fine and acceptable. It's not something I personally like to look at, but it is. I mean, look at this. Not a free fight, 3 moves. One down already. Miranda the Silver.
Maybe we could just explain to people watching that in terms of flagging and time limits. So there might be some players who are not so experienced watching. So basically what happens in the games, typically international games will be much longer. Here online, I think we have 5 minutes, just 5 minutes each for each player. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, no increment.
Yeah, so often when we play online, often we'd have increments. For me, when I play online, I normally play 3 minutes plus 2 seconds each, or maybe 2 minutes plus 1 second. Here, there's no increments. So straight 5 minutes. When people run out of time, that's game over, and that's it. So the dirty flagging, as Jonathan was just saying, is that even if it's a drawn position, you can just kind of bum, shuffle, and the other person runs out of time, and that can
like
happen.
King
And
Rook
that's
versus King and Rook could technically be
yeah,
won.
there can be some kind of slightly underhanded stuff happening, but that's the name of the game. And
What's your thoughts, Yuri, on dirty flagging people? Is this something that you condone in tournaments like this, or are you completely against it?
It's interesting, I think on one hand, well, clock is a part of the game, right? And I feel like just with everything, there's a bit of a fine line, right? Like if you have some draw in position and you have 3 seconds and the opponent has 3 minutes, okay, you lose probably. If you have 2.5 minutes and he has 3, well, you could try to flag him, but it's a little bit odd, So I guess at some point there's some probably equilibrium. I guess Black here in this game went a bit overboard with his aggression. But yeah, I personally, now that I'm kind of a retired, slow, boring chess player / coach, I really just enjoy having fun and maybe being a little bit more giving to the opponents, like I'd rather not win anymore, but, just enjoy myself a little more. And, flagging with some, I don't know, rook versus rook is no longer something I want to do. But yeah, I think, to be honest, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And honestly, I think, if we talk about chess as sports, well, you have to do everything you can within the rules to win.
Yeah,
although
this is a tournament for 24 hours. You've got to make everything count. If it could be worth an extra 4 points to you if you win that game. So I think in this tournament, perfectly fine to do. But I'm also, I just want to point out a couple of things here. So in the 7th spot, we've got Victor the Cool Boy. That's Victor Stoyanov over here. And I think it was about 6 hours ago, he posted that he was going to bed and that he'd given up and Keith was too far ahead. Looks like he's woken up very early, because nobody in the UK wakes up at 4:30 in the morning to play, especially to play chess. So looks like he's back in. Maybe he heard some of the, it wasn't abuse, but it was kind of derision that is early giving up that he's not going to be able to chase Keith down. And maybe he's got some renewed vigor after 3 or 4 hours of sleep. So it's a good on you, Victor, for giving it another go. Is what I want to say.
Coming in at 4:30 in the morning. I mean, yeah, the only time I've seen 4 or 5 in the morning is from the other side.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I really get up at that time.
About 10 years ago in Ukraine, and I unfortunately started playing the tournament a year after this tradition ended. So there used to be this big open tournament, and after it, there would be the blitz marathon, and basically it would typically last about 25 to 30 hours in person over the board.
Oh, that's amazing.
It would start at 5 in the evening and typically end around 10, 11 p.m. next day. So they'd play like 130, 150 games, 5+0.
Wow.
And a lot of very strong grandmasters participated. And you guys were just saying, no one wakes up. And I just remembered because there were a lot of discussions about how to play this tournament. And a lot of people playing it, are like 2,600, 2,700 FIDE. And so the strategy was, that you play this much and then you sleep for 2 hours and you forfeit, 12 games, but then you get more points. It's just kind of hilarious how everyone was very serious about this strategy.
Yeah, well, that's it. It's tactics, isn't it? And strategy. In this tournament, playing the most games, when you're fit and well, is that it's probably going to get you the most points. And so your opening choice. I mean, we look here at Chess Fiction. I tell you what, Miranda da Silva, you got very lucky. Got a Brazilian flag up here. Looks like you're one of your first games, if anything. Playing against Chess Fiction, you got on stream straight away, which is quite a lot of luck. But Chess Fiction sacrificed a piece here, well, sacrificed a pawn on accidentally maybe, and then sacrificed a piece to get an attack. And well, he's got something here.
There's a couple of open lines potentially. Queen G6 to B1 might be a punt, but it's a little bit optimistic, perhaps. But there's the knight still covering on C3. Yeah, what's happening here? It's not quite enough, is it?
To be here, and we need the queen to not be there, so we could set up Bowden's mate, don't we? That's what we need. It doesn't quite work though. I don't think Black's got enough here for the attack.
Well, the way he's been playing, he's absolutely relentless. It seems like he could just maybe pull some miracle out of nowhere.
Yeah, I remember playing one game on Title Tuesday, and it was like, I won a piece here at the opening. Oh, this is going to be an easy win. And then slowly but surely, okay, at some point he's going to resign. Then I'm thinking, hang on a minute. Oh, I've just lost a pawn. Next thing I know, playing away. Hang on a minute. Right. I'm even better. Hang on, what's happened here?
Sorry to interrupt there, but it's a cute little move just played, I think. But is it working? Hold on.
Oh, if he takes the queen, he could take the pawn, but then king d7.
Yeah, because king coming out to d7 to e8 or something. Was he getting mated there at all? King to d7 to e8.
But here, if rook takes queen,
Wow.
pawn takes pawn check, the king goes to d7.
King that way. Can the king escape all the way? Rook takes d2, king e8, bishop c6, king f8.
Well, the
Is
king
the
could
king
do
scarpering?
can't it?
Looks like it might run away.
Yeah.
But probably what will happen is that in this game, white will lose on time, right? I'm willing to make a bet.
Yeah, because of the relentless pressure that chess fiction.
It looks that way. Yeah.
I think in this line as well, you could just promote the pawn to a queen and win the other rook, so you at least get 2 rooks for it. So I think that'd be it. But yeah, okay, so this is the live position at the moment, and Miranda da Silva, this is your baptism of fire.
Ouch.
Hold on, white is right.
Black resigned in the end, but it was too much. Let's have a look at Victor the Coolboy. He's at the top here playing against the Boston Strangler. Bishop and knight against rook. Bishop and knight should be better. We're in an endgame now, so.
Yeah, you would think the knight on c4 is a bit of a monster. Just blocks all the counterplay, right?
Should be better for white, we'd think. Assuming the king's safe enough. Yes. That's not a problem. Rook f2, rook d2, and there's nothing particularly happening there.
I don't know. I think this is.
Wait, didn't black have rook takes g2 without a rook? Hold on.
Oh.
A move ago, am I?
I think we did. They're winning the house.
Look at the time. Look at the time. That's why when you're down to 20, you haven't got.
Yeah, and see, he would have won even with 15 seconds, right? Because he'd have taken the knight as well, but.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's enough.
Well, that's tragic.
But now he's going to lose on time.
Oh boy, what a chance! And now he's guaranteed to lose on time.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who's been making some steady progress. Brandon's been moving on up here. He's currently in the 11th spot. He's sensing.
So who are these two, by the way? Sorry, who are these players? Who's white playing here? Victor the Cool
So white is Victor Stoyanov. Black here is Nigel Birtwistle.
Right.
So okay, whether you know the players or not, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to do that. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't accept challenges at the moment. I'm afraid on the ECS streaming account, but and this is a good match actually. Tushynski is losing to Brenidium here. This is just over, isn't it? Oh, he's going to try and blitz him with 18 seconds left.
But time is again a challenge, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder how to get counterplay here. Well, yeah, you counterattack the knight while it's not paying attention. You take all the pawns, and somehow some passed pawn with some discovered check. Yeah, that's the trick, right?
I mean, he can't take on b2 rook a8's mate.
No, bishop somewhere and trying to escape for a few seconds. Can he get this in time?
He should.
Bang, bang, take on b7. Rook b8. Yeah, okay.
Just make sure you take everything, yeah?
Yes. Well, I just take on b6 and queen c6. Queen c6 and take. Okay.
I mean, it's a nail-biting finish, isn't it? Yeah, this is what we're going to get, though. And, if Tushynski could even potentially win.
Oh, okay. He's hoovered them up. Okay.
So at least a draw.
Okay, white's on time.
Okay.
Yeah, I think 5 seconds is enough here.
Yeah, this should be sufficient.
We could see some horrible
stalemate coming. Okay, probably not.
Nicely done. Okay.
Nicely done. I mean, I think Brandon's actually really good at I think he plays faster games than this, to be honest. So that's interesting to see. So just refreshing who I'm following here as well. Let's just clear this out a little bit because I've got a lot of people I'm following. A lot of games that I've had on analysis, so I need to just clean it up a little bit. Let's have a look here. Right, who do you want to? So obviously we could follow Keith at the top. We looked at a lot of his games. Chess Fiction, Victor, Liam Bellwood seems to be playing a lot as well at the moment. Where's he come from? He's playing against Manthanit from Ukraine at the moment. All these rook and pawn endings keep coming up. They seem to be so important. Is this why Keith's doing so well? Because all these games are just going to these endgames?
Yeah, this is Keith's bread and butter. For people who know Keith, I guess the English people will know Keith. People from overseas might not so well. He's kind of very noted for his endgame prowess, for his grinding ability. Yeah, I remember Keith.
Yeah, and I think there was even some course on him playing this kind of toothless Carlsbad, where he'd exchange on d5 very early and then grind out the victory.
Yeah, I think he was even exchanging the light squared bishops. But he's also done this, I think, curiously as white. Yeah.
Yeah, and it seems so harmless, but I think there's some kind of material specifically on his games and his victories in this line. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Matthew Sadler and Natasha Regan have this in their book. Maybe their first book where they talk about kind of like they talk with a number of different players, and I think Keith was one of the players they focused on.
Maybe
So
that's where I saw that. Yeah, you might be correct.
perhaps. So maybe, but I think both of them were on later. Is that right, Matthew and Natasha?
Yes.
Not together, but separately.
Yes.
So
Natasha,
we can.
It's currently 20-5 at the moment here in the UK, and Natasha will be on at 6 a.m. She's going to do about 4 hours for me with some different guests. I think Matthew is on at. Let me double check. Actually, good thing to kind of re-go over what the schedule is actually. So it's us three for Yuri can stay for as long as you want. By the way, it's great to have you. And then we're going up to 6 a.m. And then Natasha Regan will be joined at 6 a.m. by Grandmaster Jonathan Mestel and also National Master Matt Ball. And then she'll be joined at 7 a.m. with Grandmaster Peter Wells. 8 a.m. is Matthew Sadler. And then 9 a.m. we've got Rhys Cummings and Matthew Lunn. Then at 10 a.m. I'll be back. And I'll be joined by International Master Richard Pert, who is Czech for this, currently in 5th spot at the moment, who said he might even be streaming his games and allow the viewers to actually decide what his first move is. But we'll see whether that works out or not. I don't know. And then at 11 a.m., I'll be joined by Ben Purton, who's one of our National League captains here, and Will Taylor. At midday, Johan Rhys, who's my fellow countryman from Wales, and also Ukrainian Grandmaster Mikhail Golubev is going to be joining us. Do you know Mikhail Yuri at all? Or?
Yeah, of course, absolutely. He is actually quite famous for several things. He is quite famous as an author, and he's famous for playing Dragon, and he's famous for being quite politically active, actually, in his hometown. I played a game versus him once. Somehow this game ended in some very weird quick draw, which was unintended by both. But yeah, no, he is a great guy.
I think he wrote a book on the Sozin. Is that right as well?
I believe
C4
so.
against the Idol. Some sort of. He's kind of. Yeah, he some fantastic book on this, and I have a book of his on the Dragon as well. I think, or a book of his Sicilian games or something. So he's quite a famous guy, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, he is a big Dragon expert. I don't know how these people keep playing Dragon past the age of 15 without just having their hair go gray immediately. I played the Dragon only until about 2100 FIDE, but then I just realized if I keep going, I'll die prematurely. So that.
It's it does seem to be something that you do. I see a lot of children play, and then at some point they get like just destroyed by some theory, and just like, oh, I'm not doing this anymore, and then they play something. I don't want to say more serious because I still think. I mean, didn't was it Nakamura? But we wouldn't be surprised at him playing. It was somebody else brought it out. I think once. Well, it wasn't Nakamura who played it.
Nakamura was playing it for a while. Yeah, he punted it a few times. Yeah. I think the slightly riskier Bishop D7 line against the kind of the early castles, the 9 castles. So he played it a few times. That's right. Yeah. It's worth noting actually, Hikaru, of course, is from Japan. Of course, he was born in Osaka.
Right. Wow.
Yeah, he came back over. I played him twice, and we went out and about. He played in 2006 or 7 or something. So yeah, he's a nice bloke. He's all right. Yeah. He was born in, I think, in Osaka. But he went over to America when I think he was quite young. So yeah, he's basically American, of course. But he came over, and I lost him twice, horribly, very horribly. But he's fairly strong, so it's okay. Yeah.
Looks like Brandon's got some sort of attack going on here with this H pawn coming forward. It's pretty standard stuff nowadays.
Things look very dodgy for black, right? After white just captures some,
there's a mate looming, presumably.
Seems like it's almost risk-free. Although there could be some knight f6. Yeah, check, king h8. No, king h8, g7, right? So king g8. Looks like you should be losing, but somehow...
How are you losing?
Okay, see...
it's not that easy,
The simplest approach is just...
Oh, rook b8?
You just really? Good grief. That's a bit overly materialistic. Just get made.
Okay, well, but now it is over, right? He'll just lose... Well,
unlucky Gary JC. Yeah, that was... that game seemed to be just almost over straight away. So he's played a lot of games. This guy's played 145 games. This Conradical 12. I don't know who it is. I think they're on the most games because Keith's played 124, which is a lot. The guy in second place, Shashinsky, who is actually closing the gap a little bit, by the way. I'm pretty sure that gap was bigger than 50 points 2 hours ago. So maybe Tashinsky's done a great job in trying to keep it in touch. But here, this guy Conrad, he's on 145 games. That's more, right?
That's
we just quickly just note the chat, by the way. There's Elise Mel. So hello, Elise Mel, whoever you may be. Thank you for the comments, by the way. And Naroditsky Nakamura is talking about apparently that's presumably a dragon game. So thank you to the.
Oh yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, thank you.
And there's also Chess Club Live actually put this on the the chat, which is quite a good point. Why is there a name for the Queen Rook Rook barrel on a file, but Alakine's gun, but no name for Rook Queen Rook or Rook Rook Queen? Is that true?
Presumably, well, I guess the specific one is the Queen Rook Rook, isn't it? So that's peculiar. So I guess there's no particular reason, maybe for the other two. I don't know. Is there?
I don't think there is a name for them. I think that's it.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Good comments. Okay, Conradical, you've played the most games out of anybody so far that I can see anyway. Maybe there's somebody else with more games, but this is not looking good if this gets here and here.
So what's happening in this position there? But yeah, so black's just going to come in on the light squares. Queen from f5 to h3 to g2 is the big threat.
Yeah, it looks like checkmate's a little hard to stop, right?
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, the knight can't really get around. The queen can't get back to f1 quickly enough.
No.
I mean,
but then the rook takes on e3, but then f takes
e3, right? And we are able to control the second, but g3 collapses, right? Also, I can calculate probably loses, right? Some rook e1 right now, hoping to take with the queen, go queen f1. Probably it's not going to work.
Oh, queen d1's not bad either. Nice spot.
Yeah, sort of clever. Very interesting line. Black would play rook e2 here. It does not work, but it would have been a cute move. But white can take it, it seems, right? And after queen h3, knight f4, and then takes the f3 pawn.
Yeah.
It's a bit late here, so I'm sure that I'm blundering tons of things while suggesting all of this.
So what is the time for you? Sorry, Yuli, where are you, and what's the time there?
I'm on the east coast of the United States. It's 10 minutes before midnight.
Okay.
So nearly bedtime for you.
See, I've been just slowly transitioning after retiring from tournament chess from this, night owl chess player lifestyle where you go to bed at 3, and wake up, well, who knows when exactly, whenever you feel like. So yeah, getting a little late. I'll be probably getting off shortly, but for now, let's see how black's trying to trick white into this. So it's interesting because on one hand it looks like the rook is hanging, right? But on the other there could be this queen h3 at the end, right? Who is tricking? But then queen e4 check, wait. Queen e4 check, wait, takes the pawn.
So we can take it.
And then take on f3.
That's it?
Yeah, that would seem to be.
He's only got 30 seconds left here as well, so we could even see some flagging here.
e4 takes left.
Yeah, but half a minute, a rook up. Okay, check. It should, yeah,
and that's. Thank you very much.
Well, it depends how well he's playing with time because.
Yeah, what's the time? Yeah. So black has a huge amount of time and white has not very much. 25. Can he get the rooks out and checkmate? Yeah, rooks to the center.
Wrong square. Queen's on it. Queen's on it.
Wait, queen takes the 7. Wait, oh my god.
Free rook.
And black would have won because
there's
so little time left.
Yeah, rookie 137 might have been a little bit better then.
Oh boy, what a battle!
Conradical, you really risked it there. Black missed taking the free rook and therefore got checkmated. What would have actually happened there if he had taken? So here he went this. If he'd have just taken this, just back to 2 pawns down.
He would have won on time, though.
Yeah, definitely. And also he's got quite a big diagonal.
Well, I guess white can go rook e1 then knight e4 to try and block that off.
Yeah, or F3 at some point, but time, right? Will be the decisive
Yeah,
factor.
time, isn't it? Of course.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, close game, to be honest. Right. Okay. Let's go back up to see how Keith is doing. So he's been playing now for, well, we're coming up to just 15 minutes short of the halfway mark. Been playing now for 11 hours 45 minutes. You haven't seen Keith take a break. I haven't seen Keith take a break. So he's still up, and it's currently 10 to 5 UK time. That's where he is, and yeah, he's plodding away. Is this something? So in your 24-hour tournaments, did anybody play every single game, Yuri, or did everybody?
To be honest, I don't know. And since this problem is, unfortunately, I was really looking forward to playing this, and I was a teenager at the time, so it was really difficult. I convinced my mom we had to stay for another 2 days, to play this blitz event, and that was the first year when it was lame. I still played it; it was fun. It was like 40 rounds, and we ended at 2 in the morning, which was pretty good, but not nearly what I was hoping for. But yeah, that tournament, I don't think so. I mean, maybe there could be a person or two, but it doesn't look like the smartest strategy either.
Yeah, because I'm guessing at some point your play just falls off a cliff for most people anyway, and when it does,
yeah, I would think so, especially because you also need to flag the opponents, so it just seems like a bad move, right?
Oh, Keith's just lost another game, so any streak he was on has just gone, and so he's starting to lose a few more games. He's still on 115 and a half out of 126. So he's lost 10 and a half points there out of 126 games.
So Mr. Fruity was slightly ambitious A4 here. Yeah, it's
Mr. Fruity.
Not known to be most decisive.
What is this about?
Fruity indeed. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Keith, he's on a mission. Here we go. Queen's off straight away.
And with pawn too. Okay, yeah, that's it.
There we go.
He is in his, yeah.
Fon's in the happy days here for Keith, I think. Yeah.
It's going to be textbook now, isn't it? Textbook Keith.
Yeah. I'll be taking notes, I think. Absolutely.
I think we'll be going to bed since it's already midnight.
No problem at all, Yuri. Thank you very much for joining.
Yeah, well, nice to meet you and take it easy. Yeah, okay.
Nice to meet
you. Pleasure. Thank you so much for doing this. As a Ukrainian, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for being here. We've got some more Ukrainians on later as well, so maybe they recognize you. I don't know if they do. So we'll ask Mikhail and also Alexander as well about you too, Yuri. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Good night.
Thank you.
Of course. Good night.
Good night.
Have fun. Thank you so much.
Yes. Bye-bye.
I'll tell you what then, Siren, it's been amazing actually just listening to this as it goes through, as people have come on and people have done different things, and I had an amazing stream schedule earlier on, and we've just got more people to come now, and it's great to have you on coming from Japan too, and we've got quite a lot in common then, haven't we? Really, I think
you were saying in an email that kind of not as strong as we should be, FMs and such like. Yeah.
Well, you're also a teacher as well, are you? Or?
That's right. Yeah. I mean, originally in the UK, I trained to be a high school teacher or secondary school teacher in British language. But now I've been teaching at university here for 15 years now. I teach in Kobe in West Japan. Strangely enough, a private women's university, which is something not so familiar for UK people. I mean, in Japan, I think about 76% of universities are private and about 24% are state-run or state and local run. I've been teaching English and various things here for a number of years. Yeah, Kobe is a nice city. I mean, to quick run through about Japan. In West Japan, we have got Kyoto, which people might know, Osaka and Kobe, kind of interconnected. And in the east, of course, is Tokyo. Those are the two big main urban areas. That's right. But things in common. So, Jonathan, you were at the Olympiad as well, and you also got ill. Yeah, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd say you got ill. I definitely was not feeling very well at all. Yeah. I think it just kind of tires you out, doesn't it? I remember previous Olympiads where I've turned up and I felt like I had lots of time on my hands. Whereas at this Olympiad, I don't think I had much time on my hands. It was more because it was... the travel was the same, and it was just seemed to be that I kept on, I don't know, being careful what you eat, and it seemed to take a little bit more time to do everything. And I remember one game I was playing against, I think it was the Faroe Islands. So I was playing against, what's his called? What's his name? Helga Ziska. And I could have just rammed my e-pawn down his throat. But just at the opportune moment when I could have got one of my best ever wins, my stomach started to rumble. And I was like, I don't need to be at this chessboard right now. And I just didn't think properly. And he ended up playing some kind of really bad automatic, horrible move where I swapped off his worst piece for my best piece. And I'm like, why did I do that? That's just. And but I remember my stomach visibly going.
That's really not ideal. Need to run outside to do one's business.
Yeah, well, it wasn't great at that moment. I was cursing it at that point, but it sounds like I was nowhere near as ill as what some other people got, including yourself as well. So,
yeah, I mean, Japan team, we really suffered. We have 12 people there, and 5 of us got COVID when we were there. 2 of us ended up in hospital. It was we just couldn't feel the whole team. We really suffered. I mean, I was in isolation in hospital for I think 3 days, and in my hotel room for 4 days.
Wow.
I mean, the medical facilities at the Olympiad were fantastic. I have to say that there was a big kind of medical center. People really helpful there, really well staffed. I was taken to by ambulance to hospital with very, very low oxygen in my blood and mask on, and it wasn't not really what I want to be doing in the holiday.
No,
Indian hospitals not on many people's bucket lists.
And we should say this isn't necessarily technically India's fault in a way. I thought the organization at the last minute, they got this the call with a few months to go. I think the fact that they were able to put on the tournament was amazing. But for actually in general, it didn't feel like different to any other Olympiad from an organizational point of view.
Yeah, I mean, because it was scheduled, I think, for Moscow, and for obvious reasons it couldn't be. And Chennai India Federation stepped up, and they offered a huge chunk of money, and they organized it very well at the very last minute. So yeah, respect to the Indian Federation, respect to the local people in Chennai. Yeah, I mean, apart from me being here, it was a great event. The hotel was great. The food was really nice. Met loads of people from just all over the place. It's such a fantastic event. It really is. It's thousands of people from just all over, and with one thing in common. It's a lovely, absolutely lovely event. Yeah. So you've played a few, have you? Before I've only played twice. Yourself?
Yeah. So I played in Dresden in 2008. That was kind of like my baptism of fire. I was in my early 20s then, and I tried too hard to win, which seems to be my common problem. And I remember being offered a draw and then going on to lose, and it's such a horrible feeling when you let your team down like that, and didn't score too well. And I took quite a big break from chess at that point. I needed to get a career and get some money and find a wife. So did those jobs. Just as you do, and then I came back into it, and I went to Batumi, Georgia, beforehand. That was actually a really nice place, actually. A nice hotel we had there. Just as Keith's about to convert this, by the way. So this extra pawn that he's had for ages finally gets to the end of the board in style. I went to Batumi, had a good time, and I got my FIDE Master title there, actually. So, really, really happy about that. So I'm a fake FIDE Master.
I'm something similar, really.
Yeah, we've not been above 2,300, but we use the Olympiad to get our titles, which is
I mean, I got mine from being over. My first ever rating was over 2,300. Bizarrely, I got it when I was about 2,000 standard. When I was a kid, I was 14, 15, and then I claimed it many years later before they changed the rule.
Before you couldn't not claim it, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. So I mean, I haven't been over 2,300 since then, really. But it's useful for events. It's useful for us to kind of enter events, but also I think for norm purposes. I'm not sure for other events to help people, but I'm not sure I can claim to be a real one.
No, I mean it's one of those though where it gets us slightly cheaper entry. I think it does help from norm tournaments and things that you have a number of title players in the tournament. So it is a positive thing. But I mean, the rules are the rules, aren't they? You can't.
Absolutely. That's right.
I know that the last one we had, my teammate Tim Cat became a FIDE master from his score as well. So, but yeah, no, it's just to double check, what is it you teach in Japan? Was it English you taught or?
Yeah, English. Yeah, I mean, mostly kind of English language stuff. I teach part-time at another place, and I teach some literature there. I've taught various things, applied linguistics, but mostly English as a foreign language. That's right.
I'm interested to know, because you said the food in India you actually found it really nice as well, which is good to hear. Obviously, you've had the rest of your teammate. Have you got Indian cuisine over in Japan? Is that a thing or?
Yeah, I mean, because big cities here, Kobe and Osaka and Tokyo, there's everything here. I actually had a curry yesterday.
Oh, really?
So there's everything to be found in the big cities here. Any food. There's you can even get kind of fish and chips of sorts.
Really?
Yeah, not necessarily recommended, but there's kind of English themed pubs and Irish themed pubs.
Wow.
So there's everything. Welsh food, I don't know. Is the Welsh rarebit? I'm not sure I've seen it here.
Yeah, maybe not so much. I don't think that necessarily exists too much, across outside of Wales. It doesn't really exist that much anyway. What's going on here? Is he under the pawn here, or am I?
Yeah. So what's happening in the game? So Keith, what's happening with Keith?
Yeah. So Yarek from Ukraine is pushing Keith here. Keith lost his last game, didn't he? He's not on any streaks at the moment, or did he win? He won the one before, but the one before that he lost. So he's got some pressure on this C6 pawn.
So what's happening here? So 7 pawns, 6 pawns for white, 7 pawns for black.
But
the C pawn is going to drop, and then white is acting more
actively. Get rid of this weakness by playing D4.
So D4, and if D4, what presumably white just takes it. So black's just going to try and hold. But then the pawn side pawn is King E2.
I'm not there.
Yeah, King wants to be on C3. It's grim to play for black. What can black do anything really here?
Maybe.
Just going to try and exchange the kingside pawns.
Yeah, possibly. Yarek is Yarek.
I see in the chat, by the way, Elise Mel, if you'd like to say, we met apparently in Tianjin. There was a bizarre event, a wonderful event run by the university there, where they invited lots of universities to play together, and they paid for everybody to go. And Japan, we don't really have any university players. I kind of helped, kind of organized the combined team. And we got 3 of us going, and teams all over: Oxford University, UCL, Sydney, Moscow State, various places. And so I guess I met the mystery Elise Mel there. So hello to you. That was a cracking event. I got absolutely hammered by young, strong players. I'm in my 40s, and there's kind of these guys, 20s. 24, 25, 26. I played Wang Yue from China, who used to be number 3 or 4 in the world at one point. I did okay against him, but I eventually went down, of course. But it was a tough event. Yeah,
that's what you want. You want those tough events, don't you? Look at this. I just wanted to point out that move there, Rook G7. Typical great endgame play, just cutting off the king. If you're watching, this is what you want to be doing: cut off your opponent's king. And I think this is just
march the people forwards.
Yeah, this is just one, as this king and pawn will be able to take this rook out, and this rook just cutting off this king down. Oh, that's a bit of a wonky line.
Yeah, and the rook is just going to stay there on the G file. Black king can go nowhere, and white, okay.
Yeah, and that's why Black's given up.
Thank you very much.
So Keith gets another.
Let's look at Keith. Come on, should we follow a whole Keith game for a little bit then? So okay, DC5. Okay. So we're going for Benoni, a check Benoni, Schmidt Benoni. We'll see what's going to happen.
Pablo DMP has lost 14 games against Keith so far. So Pablo DMP has played a lot of games. Where's Pablo DMP on the list then? He must have played loads. Maybe he's just played loads and lost loads. If you're playing Keith 15 times, I think he's got a draw once. Duke of Bedminton there. Amit Ghazi did play some games for a time, 28 games, had a rest.
Yeah, that's a lot of suffering to be losing that many times to Keith, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, It's against the GM, isn't it? And Keith's just taking the bishop pair and just going to get his pieces out quite simply by the looks of things. Okay, castle.
Yeah, so it's interesting, Keith. I saw he took on e6 rather than going for the the standard stuff. Just keep it simple. That's right. Get your pieces out. Keep it simple. Black's got a nice square for the knight on d4, holding on to the e6 pawn. So Black's going to go knight e7 presumably. Knight e7 to c6 maybe. Black's going to castle.
Is White threatening to take here? I don't know if White's threatening this or not.
Well, Queen e6 is playing it safe, isn't it? Keeping an eye on just in case White was threatening. Yeah, the problem is the knight's a bit stuck on g8, isn't it? White's got a slight lean development here. This is pleasant.
The problem is this is the point where if you're playing Black and you're playing against the Grandmaster, you're starting to feel the pressure now. You see weakness here. This knight can be taken. Weakness here. For example, if the knight goes, bishop takes here, queen takes. We've got knight c7, fork in the family. This could be pretty scary for playing Black here. I can see him taking a lot of time. And then this is another thing that we've seen in Keith's games in this tournament, is that he's not using very much time at all in these opening moves. So he's only used 28 seconds at the moment, minute up on the clock already. And now Black's king is going to be in the open, ready for rounding up, shall we say. And bishop pair for White too, so he could even play it slowly. It's just speed.
Yeah. So what Black's just trying to shuffle out at the moment then. Okay.
I quite like the king. I quite like the king there now, actually.
He's holding the e6 pawn. Can White? Yeah, e5 was begging for it. Yeah,
nice.
Absolutely.
Ruin that structure.
Nice positional stuff. And Black's pawn structure is kind of quite broken up, isn't it? After taking on d6. To explain to people watching, pawn islands, we prefer groups of pawns, fewer of them. So White has 2 pawn islands, 2 groups. Black has 1, 2, 3 pawn islands, and they're scattered. They can't help each other so much. So that's something that Keith has we can see an advantage here for White. They're not helping each other. White's got the 2. So what's happening? So Black's done fairly well to actually get this far, I think, to be not just squashed. So
he's got chances here to hold this.
Opposite color bishop
is going to be attacked a lot, but I think opposite color bishops is going to help him. He'll be able to put it here, and White's not going to be able to take it. So Keith's got his work cut out here against Pablo. Even though do
we know the strength of the Black player? Sorry, who is this?
I could click on him. Go on then. Let's click and see what it says. Pablo. I couldn't find him in the. So okay, well, decent rating there.
Pablo
Escobar. 1800. So actually, he's significantly lower rated than Keith. Keith's rating has dropped a lot. Danny Gormali was on earlier. He says Keith's going to drop a lower rating in this tournament because he will lose to low-rated players. He was over 2,600 a few hours ago, so he's dropped 50 points. But this game here, he's backing himself to win this opposite color bishop and rook endgame against an 1850, somebody who would normally beat.
So the bishop's going to come around to c4, where it's very happy. Black's bishop is a bit ugly, isn't it? So Elise Mel is saying, well, I want to open file. Black can try to trade the rooks. Should be close to draw. Yeah, if it's just the bishops, it's tricky.
I think it will be a draw if they trade rooks. Well, should be a draw maybe. It's got time.
Does White prefer 2 rooks, or does White prefer both rooks to be on, or just one pair of rooks?
One pair of rooks.
For someone who's probably better than me. What do you think?
Yeah, one pair of rooks I think is okay. But the problem is he doesn't want to give up the d file, because all of a sudden if this happens, then all of a sudden White's pawns are in trouble. So I think he could easily agree a draw here. Actually, that was an interesting move.
So
why not just take the rook and play rook d8?
But then dropping the e pawn, but is it going to drop anyway? It's going to drop anyway, isn't it?
Oh, it's dropping now, but it didn't have to drop though, did it? He could have saved that. He lost the tempo there because he played rook d5 and then realized he had to take, and now
after bishop c4.
So actually, why not just take straight away and go into this variation? But this bishop's not here; it's here, so he doesn't lose the pawn.
Which would have been very drawn. Can Black still hold this?
Yes, they can. Whether he does or does.
Yeah. What's the time limit? What's the time situation? Both have plenty. Black has a minute left.
But you can dirty flag, so we can just try and play quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
play 49 moves and then push a pawn. Yeah.
This is sloppy.
And then 49 and push it again. Yeah.
This if this is getting here, then this is actually possibly winnable even. Because you can't defend b6.
Yeah.
So it's through now. And as if by magic, combination pressure. Yeah, wow. And it's going to take something special to catch up with Keith. But I mean, you know, Toshinsky has been still playing. He was 50 points short. Now it's looking more like 60, just over. Chess Fiction has continued to play and comes into third place. Blind Puffin was pretty good with some blitz play earlier on. I think you missed him. He was on beforehand. So maybe when Blind Puffin comes back on, very, very fast player. Victor has had a sleep before, so it been to sleep. And also Brandon, I think it's quite dangerous there. And Richard Pert will wake up at some point.
He'll be back.
But the same Perry again here, Keith against Yarrick.
Yeah, I mean, we've got sort of Caro-Kann exchange, kind of Carlsbad structure here. The opening theory, Bishop G4 and Knight F3. I'm not quite sure what the theory is there, but Bishop D3, Bishop F4 standard kind of for this position. Yeah, Keith playing this kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, he's played this a lot for both sides, of course, over however many years he's been alive. Yeah, so what's happening here? A4 is holding down the queen side. It's kind of become more of a thing recently, hasn't it? Playing that early on.
He just wants to get B5, doesn't
he? Yeah. So in these kind of positions, white has the 5 square, black has the idea to try and go minority attack on the queen side, but the A4 pawn's holding that up. So does white have an attack? Well, the rook coming around, H4, H5, but it's not going to be quick enough, is it? What's happening?
Yeah.
Keith wants to beat it off. Queen F4 maybe, try and keep it on. Queen F4, H4, H5.
It's an interesting decision by white to take with the D pawn here on E5 as well. Because at some point he's probably going to have to play F4 to hold on to that pawn. But it does stop Keith's play. But maybe he's going to get this rook to C4. And I don't know. I don't believe white's attack on the king side here. I don't know about you. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. Does he have quite enough pieces to be making it work? Not quite enough. He could do an extra knight coming on F3. So what's black doing on the queen side? Okay, he's looking at the B2 pawn from B8. White has a decision to make here. And what's he going to do? Okay, so he's chopped that off first. Can white get any further on the king side?
I think he's been a bit too excited with his king side play. Because I don't see how you're getting an extra piece over this area.
No, there's nothing else left, is there? The rook's not going to come in around there anytime fast, and that's it, isn't it? That's it for the king side. So black's just ideally positioned, looking at the C rook looking at C3, the B rook looking at B2. What does white do? So takes and rook B2. Yeah, and the C pawn is not that happy on C3. The queen's gonna. Well, the queen stays on D8 perhaps to keep an eye on the F6 square.
Yeah, it has to. I think. I don't think you can move it off, but I think the rooks and knight are just gonna
do the job by themselves.
It's not going to look very pretty at all. It's the speed, though. Sorry, I mean, I don't know about you, but it takes me a lot longer than 50 seconds when I'm fully awake to get to this position. You know,
Absolutely,
Keith's been playing this tournament now for 12 hours and 10 minutes, and yet he's still playing faster than most people. How on earth is he doing this? You know,
I guess it's an incredibly well-developed positional sense, and he's getting positions like this, which are just his bread and butter, which he's played, I guess, thousands of times, even over the board, probably thousands of times.
Yeah, and just bad
is where he's at, isn't it? Yeah.
No, well, this is just another key moment here. The pressure was on these pawns on the queen side, and now all of a sudden moved his king and queen forward, brought this rook over here, and now he's switching attack to the king side. This is typical.
It's just really good chess.
Really good chess.
playing this for 12 hours. Blitz
Yeah.
chess is really, really strong. It's quite instructive, isn't it?
Yeah, we might as well have a look at some different people as well to give them
Sure. Okay.
chance. I haven't looked at Matt's 1979 before against Ramin Guy. Always nice to see different levels of chess and
Absolutely.
what's going on.
So what's happening here then? What's the piece count to start with? We got then pawn and piece count. Black 6 pawns, white 6 pawns. Materials equal at the moment, and the rook's opposing on the c file. Opposite color bishops. The knight's looking a little bit odd on a6. Equalish. The knight on d2 is not. Could be better. It could be on c3. Right. Well, the time. Similar.
Equal, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
This is where you want to mop up though, isn't it? Here, you want to win these games. I think you look at the bishops here. This bishop's far superior than this bishop in this position. So, for example, if the white queen gets in, there's going to be mating nets on g7, whereas black's bishop kind of can't really sack itself there. There's not much on. So black's going to be a bit defensive here.
Yeah, the black bishop's going to do doing the holding position, isn't it, for the d pawn? Yeah, the white bishop is very strong, isn't it? That's right.
I think what we're going to see, though, you're going to see here, Simon, we're going to see people gradually wake up, I think, over these next few hours. So at one point, like last night, we had like the top 17 players, like pretty much everybody was playing. So they currently, there's a lot of them asleep. There's some, I think Brandon started a little bit late, which is why he's behind. I think if he'd started right on time, he would have been right up there. But it looks like he's making a play for it, actually. It looks like he's really going for it. Because ever since he's been on, I don't think he's stopped. So expect to see Brandon start to move up this leaderboard. Right. I think he's coming for Keith. I think he's hoping to break him.
Right, he's going to gun for him. Right, okay. So how does the pairing work? If you explain to me, also to other people, how does chess.com do the pairing for this?
Yeah, I mean it's a very good one. I mean, I think if everybody's in there and ready to be paired, then it tries to pair people of similar grades together. However, really, because due to the amount of players available, it could be anybody, whoever is available at that moment in time. Sure. And also, just in case you're watching the stream wondering why we're doing this, this is a 24-hour online blitz tournament. Everybody's welcome to come and play in it, by the way. It's run by the English Chess Federation, or kind of hosted. I mean, I'm from Wales, so that's what I represent. And it's a case of we're trying to raise as much money for the British Red Cross Ukraine crisis appeal, because there's a massive humanitarian need over in Ukraine right now. And all the money that's donated will be supplied for example, hygiene packs, food parcels, mattresses for people to sleep on. Who've lost homes. Millions of people have been displaced by Russia's invasion over there at the moment, and obviously it's still ongoing. There's still rockets being fired over. I think they're intercepting some rockets at the moment. It seems like the debris of intercepting rockets is still a problem, which is amazing. So if you do want to donate, please do so. We're doing this 25-hour stream to cover the tournament. If you're following on Twitch, then just click about, scroll down, and you'll be able to see the Tiltify page there to donate. And thank you very much if you do, or if you intend to do so later on. I'd be really, really thankful for everybody at the Red Cross for supporting them. But yeah, back to the chess, Simon. And okay, we'll stay with. We've got Conradical 12 here again against Coaches. I think this person's played the most games in this tournament so far.
It's impressive. Goodness me.
I mean,
so what time did it start in the UK yesterday? Well, yesterday meaning Saturday, I guess. Yeah.
5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Right. Okay. 5 p.m. start. Okay.
Yeah.
And in the UK, it's what, just 5:20 a.m. Yes, is that right?
Yes.
Now.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, we're over halfway now.
Right. Okay.
And it's a case of how much will Keith Arkle slow down. Not playing at the moment. Maybe he's having a break. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, do we know if somebody there is helping to feed him? What his situation is there? Because he won this last year, is that right?
He's won this the last 2 years at the moment.
Right, okay.
And
Has he revealed his secrets?
Well, I mean, it's a lot of people are referencing his style of play. Just winning end games. Not much. Minor tactics, but not heavy tactical games. and just doing his thing, but playing quickly at doing it as well. Like those Carlsbad structures that he just knows so well, and he just does it again and again. And this is the same what he does in the local leagues here. So I've seen him loads of times. We play weekend tournaments, 1 game Friday night, 2 Saturday, 2 Sunday. Every single game, d4, d5, c4, e6, c takes d5, exchange queen's gambits, and he plays them in his sleep, and he can play it fast as well. And he's got a couple of wins against me recently. The last game was maybe a bit more combative, but he's just so quick at playing decent moves, and that's what's making him quite powerful here. Even though he's significantly older than, say, for example, somebody like Brandon, Richard Pert, Victor. I don't know how old Tuschinski is, but I would assume significantly younger. And he's still playing away, and Keith is still playing. He knows that Tuschinski is going to push him hard. 69 points at the gap. 69
points. What, 60 something is he now? Sure.
I mean, I could Google it, couldn't I? And I could
maybe for sensitivity reasons.
I mean, everybody can see it on your FIDE rating, can't they? So
right, okay, yeah, sure.
You can't really do anything about it, but
And how old is? I've come across the name, of course, in his games. Brandon Clark. How old is he? Is he 20s, 30s?
He's probably 20s.
Right. Okay.
30s, yeah.
Strong young I am.
He's trying to become a GM as well. So
right.
And probably is very close to getting there as well.
Right.
Just a case of getting a few results on the bounce to get the rating up to 2,500. Wouldn't be surprised if he's already got a GM norm lined up. What's happening?
So any other leading players here? Because Richard Pert is playing. Nick Pert is not playing now. Richard
haven't
Pert.
seen Nick yet, but maybe he's playing somewhere. But Richard Pert's definitely playing, and his son Max is playing as well. He was actually here too. He's Eden Hazard. He doesn't play for Chelsea anymore.
Okay, right. Okay, he's retired for online chess.
Yeah. But yeah, we're waiting really for a lot of bit. I mean, Jack Rudd was actually leading the tournament. He's my teammate. He was on 30.
Yeah, he's an absolute blitz fiend.
Oh,
I played him a couple of times. He's horrible to play against.
Yeah.
I mean, no disrespect to the guy, but he just plays far too quickly.
Yeah, well, that's just how he is.
Yeah. I think I played him when I lived in Bath. He was from a team nearby.
He still lives down there, actually, around there.
I
think Cornwall area as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, this game is looking really like both these bishops.
Yeah.
The one's attacking the pawn, the other one's defending the pawn. It's like they're both doing nothing apart from looking at that pawn.
So that C pawn is not really going anywhere. Yeah, the bishop, that D pawn blocking both. So where are these pieces going? So D4 played. Bishop B1, Queen H7 is the plan, I suppose.
That's a very good plan. I quite like it.
Yeah, it's brutal.
This pawn's a target.
Yeah. So the C pawn, Black's just given up on that. Oh no, he's come back to defend it. Right. Okay. So Bishop B1, G6, H4, H4. Oh no, okay. He's going to try and round it up with Queen D3 or Queen B3. Queen D3 probably. Looking both ways. Black's eyeing the D5 pawn with the bishop on B7 and the queen on F7. Okay. And white, they're going to swap off then. Okay, everything comes up.
A back rank mate though. It's not back rank mate.
So Queen D3, what bishop takes D5? Is everything going to come off? Just the queen's going to be left on, or?
Yeah, I think it is actually. I think you swap the bishops, take on C3, swap the rooks. He's gone bishop.
Okay, he's gone that way.
B1.
Okay, so Black responds with G6, presumably, just blocking it out.
The thing is, in this tournament, unless you want to build up a streak to get more points when you win, so winning is so it's so important, and you have to, even if it risks losing, it might even be worth it because you need to get those streaks together.
Yeah, so to explain again about the streaks, about the points, what happens with that?
For your first win, you get 2 points. If you win your next game after that, you'll get 3 points. If you win your next game after that, you get 4 points. And then it stays at 4 points for every continuous win. I mean, for example, Keith Arkle currently on 6 wins on the bounce. Chess Fiction 4 wins on the bounce. Down here, Matthew Wadsworth was on a 26-game winning streak before he decided he'd had enough. He'd actually, I don't know if you heard, you wouldn't be, I've said it a few times to the previous few. He came on stream and he said that he won 26 games on the bounce, and yet Keith Arkle had still pulled ahead of him in points within that time that he won those games. I guess because Keith had played more games and also won because he was playing so quickly. You know, it's the style, the ease of doing it, and Keith is still going. You know, 5 hours later, you know, no, 4.5 hours later. I think Matthew left at 1 a.m. I think it was.
Right. So he'll be back presumably quite soon. So he's also a young, strong IM, yeah? Is that right?
Very, very strong IM. I played him at the pleasure or mispleasure of playing out. Did manage to get a draw against him, but in one of the games and lost the other one. But yeah, very quick player over the board as well. And some of these tournaments where you're playing 9 rounds, you have to, you know, as a guy that's I'm married, and you've got a wife who says, "Why are you going away for this chess?" And so these 9-round tournaments we have to be done in 5 days. So you have to play double rounds or double round days, and so the time control can't really be like 2 hours on the clock plus an hour at 40 plus an extra half an hour plus increment. It's so the time control is an hour and a half each, 30-second increment, and that's it, which is quite short for a classical game.
It is, absolutely, yeah.
I think the biggest factor in this game, though, isn't necessarily the position, although it is now with Queen H2, but I think coaches have just run out of time.
Yeah, it's flags going down. 8 seconds left, and it's looking a bit grim. Is even throwing a few checks too. Okay, and then
yeah, I think he's just going to flag him. To be honest, there's no
Queen F4 and King G7 and just pass. Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
just play 26 moves and don't get checkmated, and you're going to win.
Yeah. Rook C4 and yeah. Oh, there we go. The rook falls off.
Didn't really matter, did it? I don't think.
Yeah, talking about these 2 games a day, it's harsh. I mean, when I used to play many years ago, just 1 game a day. Olympiad is 1 game a day, and that's quite tolerable. Japan Championships just happened last week, and I didn't participate because it's just quite tiring, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, 2 games a day for 5 days. It's stressful. It's exhausting.
Is that how long it is? Is it a 10-game thing, or is it a?
Yeah, I mean, it's the Japan Championships. It's in Golden Week, which is a week towards the end of April, the start of May. It's a national holiday each year, and it's always been held in this time period. And it used to be longer, but then they reduced it to 9 games, which is still a lot, and just 2 games a day. And this year, I just decided that I just wanted to just have a break from work and just not play. You know, because it's great to see everybody. It's a friendly event. It's a good event, but it's always in Tokyo, and it's just long and it's expensive.
Yeah, so, that's the biggest problem for us chess players is finding ways to play chess cheaply, isn't it?
Yes,
it's not easily done. I mean, I play for Wales, but so for the Welsh Championships, I actually going down and stay with my friend. So it's free accommodation for me. I give him a lift to the venue, so free drive-in for him. So it all works out, and I'm able to do it quite cheaply, which is quite nice. But if I didn't have that, it would be really quite difficult for me to play in the championships, and to do that every single year, and then to justify it. Justifying it to my wife's not always easy.
I mean, justifying it to the bank account, to the bank manager, to the wife, to oneself. It's not always easily done.
The thing is with these chess tournaments, sometimes even if you win and come first, you're still not even breaking even with your accommodation fees and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we had a few. Some of the GMs get their accommodation for free for some tournaments as well, which is great. And they're saying that even then, it's still not even worth it for them to play, which is a shame because we want to see people playing for the love of the game, which is why I play really as well.
I mean, for me, I don't know what the people watching think about the chess. I mean, for me, I find the game endlessly fascinating, and it's something I really enjoy. But then actually playing, I'm not so sure about. When I turn up to a tournament and I find myself a couple of hours into the game, I'm like, yeah, I enjoy the idea of playing. But the actual playing, I'm up and down about it. I'm never quite
studying it though, isn't there? And watching from afar, there's a lot to get into. Personally, I love playing. Absolutely love it. I will do whatever I can to get behind the board and play. Love that mental battle of the 2 minds and trying to destroy my opponent with the moves that I play, and getting that kind of hyper focus on the game. Unfortunately, I've had to become a bit more of my full-time job as a chess coach, but also I'm starting to organize chess events as well now, and it's not something I want to do, more out of necessity. So going on there. Well, you've got a few players here that we haven't looked at before, which is Doge Dandolo and Ayush Prahlad Gupta.
Should we just have a very quick look at the game that's in front of us, and then a good idea to have a look around at some other people. So what's happening just for a moment in the game we have here?
Well, it looks like White's got an extra 2 pawns here, but there's quite a lot of big stuff pointed at his king.
So can Black do anything with this? The pieces are looking this way, but is White holding those?
It's currently on it, isn't it? So
and is White just going to stay holding that? Can Black try to nudge forward in any way? It seems to be optimally placed already. The Black rook's got to stay on E8 because the pawn's going so quickly. White rook's just going to come to D7 maybe and threaten on G7.
Yeah,
Black hasn't really got anything, has he? No,
I can't see anything. I think that's why Black's thinking quite a long time here, trying to figure out something to do.
Any cheapo mode? Is there anything? Yeah, I can't.
I mean, at least it's at the C2 pawn, though. Surely, threaten to take that. Put a rook on C8. At least do something like that.
So I guess if Black goes rook C8, White can just go rook D2 and then king A2 and just hold everything, and maybe a queen on C3. So not by the rook on C8, but so rook C8 now, rook 1 to D2.
Well, maybe queen D3 actually might be better. Just
threatening D8 as well.
Yeah, I mean, maybe queen to D3 with the idea as well of rook to H1 on the H7 pawn.
And then if H6 can White just take it off?
Well, probably.
That looks can he? Yeah, it looks that way because queen take king G6 and then queen G6 and king F6, queen F6, king G8, and then rook H8 mate. I think is that right? Something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, queen B5 is played looking at B2 and queen. Oh, okay. Because if queen C3, then rook C8. But then take. Queen C3, rook C8, queen takes C8, rook takes C8, rook D8, queen E8, and then the pieces come off. But just okay.
Okay.
Queen E5. Queen B8, rook B8, rook D8. It's the same kind of thing.
He's kind of doing it in a bit of a sloppy way. It feels like.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite work. You can block with the queen back here.
So rook B8, rook D8, queen comes back to E8. And here we are, as we were saying.
He would survive if he had more time.
Yeah.
He's just going to get blitzed here.
H6 is
C6. Keep going.
Just push. And okay.
Rook D8.
I think, can't he? Yeah, this is it, isn't it?
White's got trying to survive here.
Good chunk of time.
Queen C2 check is the winning move. You're going to go for mate instead. Okay, fair enough.
So who is White here? Sorry, who's?
I don't know. Doge Dandolo. Just trying to go around some.
Let's have a look, shall we?
Person, and I'm guessing Ayush
converted that quite sensibly.
Yeah. I tell you what, these players are still going, which is just fascinating to me. Just how you can keep playing at this time, and for us here in the UK, it's 5:30 in the morning. I just wonder, have we seen any? We haven't seen many. Smokey Rabbit still playing as well. Very late.
Yeah, 5:30. Goodness me, that's the time to be.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's some effort. That is.
What else is happening outside at 5:30? Nothing, I presume. They're not even kebab houses. That's people coming back from nightclubs. What time do nightclubs close?
I tell you what, you're asking me, Simon, a question I was going to answer you maybe quite a few years ago. But since getting old and grey hairs, I don't even know. I don't even know what a nightclub looks like anymore.
I see. Okay. I
think they've changed massively, though. I mean, I remember, what was it, maybe 15 years ago, I went into a pub after work on a Friday, and it was absolutely heaving. We're talking 4:30 in the afternoon. That same pub Same pub a few years later. I went in at 6 on a Friday, dead. Nobody was in there. Things change so quickly. This looks like it's some sort of French, by the way. That's
yeah. So look at So White paid F5. That's quite quick to be getting an F5 in. My.
I quite like it though. I think White's got a big attack here.
So Black would be trying to get pieces off. The bishop, the knight would come to C5, and then looking at E6. King H1 or something, or just taking on E6.
Yeah, I think just taking because
Black's looking at just simply taking on F5 next. So I guess White takes on E6. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the problem is that this king.
And then White F5, F files open. Knight G. No, knight can't come to G5. So what's? Okay, that's sensible. Prophylactic.
Castle.
Very practical. Yep.
Must castle now.
Yes.
Good.
Yes, and so. Where does White put the pieces? A knight coming round to E2. The bishop's looking a bit misplaced on C6, isn't it? It would like to come round to E8, H5 or something. Queen D2, looking at knight G5, is it? What's the queen doing?
Knight G5 drops a piece. Can you take on
No,
G5?
of course it does, yeah. Bishop takes queen, and then queen takes G5. So what's White? Where does White want to put his pieces here? His or her pieces.
The problem is bishop takes bishop C5 is a move that White doesn't really want to do. I mean, I think both knight takes and the pawn recapture is also good. Improves the knight if you take that this way. It improves the pawn towards the center. So it's not a move that White wants to do. So maybe something like knight E2 then.
And then pawn to C3. So knight's looking
latched onto this move, which is this weakness here on E6.
Because as you said before, that previously it wasn't possible, but the queen moved to C7, so now it's possible. But then Black just goes rook E8, and is there anything after that?
Maybe take on F8 then, and you have to take back with the bishop. Because you can't take back with the king, because then H7 gets taken. So that's why I think she's
taking with a knight would be okay, no? After.
Oh yeah, knight 2, knight 2, yeah.
It keeps everything safe and solid.
There's an invasion on F7 coming though.
Yeah, so what's happening here then? So rook, something is threatening to come into F7. So bishop takes.
E5 pawn is going to get taken.
So White will be taking back.
Queen takes E5.
Something taking E5, and then E6 is on.
Yeah, queen takes.
Knight takes. Queen takes. Knight takes. And knight take. Hold on, no, that's not possible. Knight takes. Just queen takes, isn't it? So queen. So knight takes. So White can blockade with the knight on D4. So looking at this position, people watching, Black has an isolated queen pawn on D5, and if White can get a knight in front of that, it kind of stops it from going any further. And the White, basically blockading pieces, we want knights in front of pawns, and that looks like he can get there. Can White make progress after that with that knight on D4?
I'm not so sure, Simon.
Yeah. And what's the time situation? Plenty of time left. White has 2.5. Black has 1.5. And Black to play. Decisions to be made here.
Well, I think Black's got to speed up here because it's going to be one of those end games where you could get blitz. So I probably want to see something along the lines of, I don't know, knight C4 of a tempo on this pawn, trying to reroute this knight maybe to somewhere to exchange.
I mean, also the fact is when the knight on C4, then pawn on B3, the rook C8 comes looking at C3 and C2.
Yeah.
When knight bishop is going to go B7, and then the rook will look at C8 perhaps.
The knight might should be okay on D6 and E4 actually.
Perhaps so.
If it gets taken, then the pawn goes further forward. The bishop gets a bigger diagonal.
Yes.
It needs an extra white piece to blockade it. So maybe that's not so bad.
Well, yeah. So knight coming back to lurching forward.
More aggressive. I like it.
Well, back the other way around. Okay, coming back to E4 this way. And so rook's going to and then as you suggested just before, perhaps the knight coming.
Well, we can go rook E8 here with a little quick trick.
Cheapo time, excellent. That's what you want to say. Threatening rook E1, a back rank checkmate.
I'm sure it's not the only one that's happened so far.
Almost certainly not. That's right. And White stops that. It gives himself.
Hang on, rook E1 check knight F1.
Oh,
There's something going on there. What we discovered check coming up. I don't think you can't go knight d3 because king h2, and you got to go back to f1.
Oh, back. Yeah.
30 seconds left. I think she's got perpetual here, but I don't. If black gives up too much time, white will do rook takes f1.
Indeed. Yes.
No.
Oh, right. Okay.
Time's going to be a big
so just explain to people watching. Rook e1 was possible, followed by knight f1, and then just check, move, discover check, back to f1, bomb. But black chose to keep the pieces on. But black's quite short on time. Only 20 seconds or so left.
Decided by time.
Yes, perhaps so.
Dirty flag. It's not
so Rookie, and then bishop's coming. No, but then a4 just blocks that off. The king's coming g1 to f1. And 15 seconds left. King's coming round. Rook e5, take, but then a4. And then the 3 pawns just dropping.
Yeah, it's gone, I'm afraid.
And
problem's still time.
Yeah, just a few seconds left.
This is how I'd lose all my games, by the way. Be perfectly fine in the actual game chess-wise, but just lose on time all the time. This is why I'm doing the commentary and not actually playing. This is what happens to me in every single game.
Just to ask, how long have you been on at the moment? It's quite a long time, isn't it? How long have you been here?
For an extra hour than when the tournament started. So the tournament's currently 12.5 hours in, just over, so 13.5 hours. But I did have an hour and a half or so when Ben Johnson was on himself, and I was able to have some tea when Tom Rendell and Lan Yao were commentating together. So I've got a break coming up though at 6 where I can have a few hours sleep when Natasha comes on. So I'm looking forward to that.
Okay.
As well. Although to be honest, I'm actually really interested to see what's going on at the top, because I know that Brandon's still playing and he's, can he claw back? He's 200 points behind. That's a mountain, that is. So,
that's a chunk of points, isn't it?
Yeah. And I haven't actually been, and I think maybe next time what I do is I need to start writing down, like, after an hour how many points have been scored.
Maybe just take a screenshot. Maybe have you got your phone ready? Just take a screenshot.
I could do, but I'm not going to do it now because it's too. I should have done it at the start of the tournament. But the other thing is one thing that was suggested is maybe we should hook these players up, the ones that we know are going to do it for 24 hours, hook them up to a heart rate monitor. Hook them up to get a video on them as well at the same time, so we can see what's going on with them. Would be really good.
Yeah, I mean, because I wear an Apple Watch normally, and I'm not sure in club games in Japan how strict they are, but it warns me sometimes that I'm sedentary and it's over 120. I'm like, oh, so it's I do get the warnings that I need to calm down. So it would be fascinating to see, actually. Yeah. I mean, goodness me, Keith up for so many hours and then playing these blitz games. I have no idea what the heart rate would be. Yeah, just.
I mean, I don't know if his heart rate actually gets up quite a lot doing it, but if there's a way to measure tiredness, he's going to be really tired. His play can't surely stay at the same level. I mean, so he's going to start. For example, when all these IMs start waking up. I know Brandon's here, but Richard, Matthew, even FMs and WFMs, when the high-rated players start to wake up, and even the Chess Fiction's 2361, good high-rated players, Victor, Tom O'Gorman, and all the others as well. Even at even if you haven't got any points at the moment, you start waking up and you start to play against Keith. Keith was over 2600 to start off with, so he's lost rating playing in this tournament. He's going to be tired. He's going to be there for the taking, and it's going to be difficult for him.
To sustain this. That's right.
Right. So we've got Chess Fiction here as white against Keith Arkle. I didn't even realize it was. I actually clicked on Chess Fiction, and he just happened to be.
Keith looks to be under the cosh here a little bit. What's the material count? Wow. Well, Keith is just 2 pawns up, but it. Is the position caving in? It looks rook c6 is happening here. And this is looking a little bit painful for
No,
Dear Keith.
the rook on b1's on pre, so
Surely there should be a mate. No, what's happening?
no mate.
Rook C, just simply rook C. Oh no, hold on, the A3 bishop's there. Really? Is he getting it? Looks
Knight
is he
c3.
surviving this?
Knight c3 and then take the rook on a8.
Yeah, that would seem. So knight c3, queen takes a3, and then take on a8, and then, or even knight c3. Yeah, what else is happening? So knight c3. I was looking at queen takes a3, and then queen takes f7, queen e. Yeah, just simply take the rook on a8. It's a simple way to do it, isn't it? Can we expect knight c3 from white here? Anything else? Other candidate moves for white here?
I don't see anything else because you got to come with tempo, haven't you? I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Because you don't want to swap queens in this position.
Okay, and here we are. So queen takes
Maybe
here,
queen
and
takes
then
f7.
presumably
Here.
anything else more tricky? No, simply just take it off, and then yeah, the rook threatening to come to the back. Maybe white can just play g3 or h3 at some point to avoid any back rankers. G3 would be nice to cut the knight off. So just okay, taking here, and black's queen. Well, queen f7 presumably. If bishop takes c3, then rook b8 with checkmate. So queen f7, black plays rook e8, I guess, to hold the e pawn.
Or how about queen takes c3?
Queen takes f7, queen takes c3. Oh, indeed. Oh my.
Wow. I think this is going to be another win for Keith here.
Yeah, that was a pity for white. Well, white was doing by the looks of it.
Yeah.
What's happening? Is black
97 here?
Escape?
Hold this pawn.
7, but then yeah, white doesn't quite have enough. Rook b8, knight c8, bishop b7, king c7. So
Well, maybe actually this is not as easy now. The bishop's actually quite strong in this position, isn't it? So
yeah.
I mean, we say, has he got the technique to win an endgame? Well, I think we know the answer.
Do we know how strong the white player is here? Can we look at
yeah, he's 2361 is current blitz rating. So yeah, definitely strong player.
Yeah.
I mean, I think blitz ratings really are massively varied. I don't know about you, but I seem to find that I can't play online very well at all. So my blitz rating tends to be a lot lower than most.
I play kind of almost every day, but I'm not sure it's very healthy for me, and I'm not sure the chess is very good. It's just kind of something to do on the train, really, when I'm waiting. I should be more professional in my approach.
Yeah.
But,
I've tended to listen to podcasts, I think, in that kind of dead time, or driving somewhere or whenever you're commuting, it's probably nicer. But what's that gap now? 80 points now? Didn't I say it was only 60 points only half an hour ago?
Yeah, so and what's happening just in the game then? So bishop takes f7, white's so 3 pawns and a piece and a rook each. So bishop takes f7. If king takes, then rook takes d7. Where does black want to go? Rook f8 to look at the f4 pawn.
Yeah.
And white is going where? Bishop to c4 to b5.
The rook can take on f4 and then come to d4 though. So
yeah, and then the rook goes to a7 and then liquidates on d7 and then takes the a pawn, and it looks like rook and 2 v rook and 2 on the same side, presumably. And then rook a7, as I just said, and this is what's happening.
Nice one, Chess Fiction. Very nice. Because now you take the knight next go, don't you?
Yeah. And I mean, Keith is very good, but I'm not sure rook and 2 is easy to win.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't put past him though. That's the thing. That's the weird thing. I wouldn't put past him winning this.
But white has a lot of time here.
Yes, enough time for sure.
I think white's strong enough to be okay and just shuffle. I mean, also a point is that this is also in dead time in a way for Keith, isn't it? It's also lost possible playing time, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's also lost possible playing time for a competitor. Chess Fiction is in third place, so you're wasting time for somebody else as well.
Both, sure.
And he's also got more time, Keith has. So if he feels like he can just play quickly and just play 50 moves and then not move a pawn or something, then, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, maybe.
Yeah, so to play for people watching, that the rule is that if you play 50 moves, just kind of shuffling, then that would be a draw. But if you play, for example, 49 moves and then move a pawn, then it starts again, doesn't it? Back to scratch. That's correct, isn't it, Jonathan?
Yeah.
I think, as I remember. Yeah.
Hello, Take the Space in the chats. Good to see you.
Let's have a look who's in the chat. Let's have a look.
Anybody else in the chat is following? Just say hello. It'd be good to see what your thoughts are. Do you think Keith's going to be winning this tournament? Do you think he's going to get tired at some point and start dropping points? Who's your money on? We've got a number of different contenders here. If you know anything about them, please let us know. Toshinsky's been playing for the same amount of time so far, and is finding himself 71, so 30 points there and 50, so 80 points behind. Chess Fiction's done a good job. Blind Puffin plays very fast. Victor woke up, looks like he's played some games, maybe stopped now. Richard Pert did some good stuff early on, asleep at the moment. Brandon's currently joined a little bit later, and is possibly trying to get on level terms. If he gets within 100 points, I think he'll be very happy with his work so far. But we're just over halfway in the tournament, and there's still 11 hours, 13 minutes left, which is crazy.
That's not really. I'm just amazed that Keith decides to just go the whole 24. You read about these ultra marathons that people run, and you know they can have a nap at some point and then continue. And yeah, it's a radical approach to just go vroom all the way through, rather than strategic napping. Yeah, it's. I'm not quite sure how he's going to feel the day after. Mother of all hangovers.
Yeah, I mean, sleep deprivation is something, isn't it? I mean, I did actually read because in preparation for this, I did just Google a few things about how to stay awake for a long time and what you need to do. Actually, somebody stayed awake for like weeks on end. I don't know how they do it, but they just have the willpower to stay awake for a long time. And this is what Chess Fiction's been doing now. I'm pretty sure we had him on before, and he's just been giving away pawns. Just to get
Danish gambit, yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's a good tactic though. To be honest, it's probably why he's got such a high score. Not dropped many. 101 out of 129 is not bad at all. Obviously slightly lower than Keith, but Keith's the Grandmaster. Chess Fiction hasn't got any title.
So do we know who Chess Fiction is? Sorry, is it possible to?
No, I think we do.
Names always revealed.
At some point we will be able to find out. I'm pretty sure they won't want to remain nameless. It would be good to find out who they are, because playing chess like this is the right way to play in a blitz tournament to get games done quickly. You want quick wins. He's playing against Rusty Bridges here, and another UK flag here.
Actually, Rusty Bridges. This is a glorious name.
Yeah, it is a great name, actually, isn't it? I just wondered, is that maybe Paul Bridges or Rusty? Is that the baseball player there? Perhaps maybe some of our.
I don't know. I remember someone called Rusty on morning TV, wasn't it? Back in the day, I don't know, on ITV. I don't know, Rusty something or other. But
no idea. He's got his piece active here, and I guess. He's just waiting for white to.
What's happening? So black he remains a pawn down. He punted the gambit, but white, he's got castled early. Yeah, F5, knight F6 coming. So white's going to try and go queenside now. G4. That's a decision and a half.
There's also a little threat here as well, just a very simple threat that's easily missed, and doesn't that.
And
F7. Yeah. Oh, the rook on H1.
I'll take back because the pin from the D8 rook to the queen on D1. That's the trick that black used there.
And that's why Chess Fiction does this.
Yeah. Trick.
The time advantage that he's got from it too.
Yeah. Okay, and the white king is in the center, and so black. In playing the gambit, black got the pieces out very quickly. White was slightly delayed because in taking these pawns. So white's rook is still on the starting square, the queen's still on the starting square, and the king's very open. So this is and also just a piece down, of course. This is looking a little bit hairy. Perhaps white may not be lasting long here. And there we go. Yeah, as you say, effective chess. Yeah, just getting the pieces out quickly and speeding through.
Why would you resign after king d2 though? Because you are taking the bishop on h1 back here, aren't you? Nice piece.
Yeah.
Possibly Outspanner says that this could be Rusty Lee, which potentially is the case. Keith possibly getting 3 in a row.
Rusty Lee. The TV person.
Right. Okay.
Back in the day. Thank you, Outspanner. There's someone similar vintage to me, perhaps. Right. So what's happening here? So we got
flick over to Brandon's games.
Right. Okay. Right.
Just see what's going on here, because I think he's trying to mount a chase here on Keith. He's moved up to 7th, and it was absolutely nowhere because he was a late starter. And
yeah.
He's 77.5 out of 88 at the moment, so he's got the score to do it. He's given away 2.5 points out of 88 games. I mean, Keith's not exactly done badly. 126 out of 137.
My man, these are quite some scores.
Yeah. Okay, and we've got.
It's going to get, as you said, it's going to get a lot more competitive though when the people start waking up and the IMs are coming back and playing each other. It's no longer be quite the clean sweep of the overnight.
You imagine all these people that anybody rated over 2,000 anyway can give Keith a good game. Let's say just a standard, and yet let alone Keith having played for over 12 hours, coming up to 13 hours now. So it really is quite a big thing. So. I see that Natasha's just joined, and it'd be great to welcome her onto the stream. I'm wondering if I'm just going to surprise her by having her on or not.
I'll be scooting off in a few minutes. Yeah.
Hello, Natasha.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Natasha. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Is this an early time for you, Natasha, or is this the standard waking up time?
No, it's very early because normally I'm when I'm working, if I'm traveling into town, then it would be I could wake up 6:30 or something like that. But this week I've been going to bed really, really late.
Oh no!
Yes, so this is early, but I'm gonna have a nap later in the day. So that's all fine. But you must be tired now, Jonathan, I would think.
Yeah, a little bit tired. I'm not feeling it right now, but I do get the impression that as soon as my head hits some sort of pillow, then I could easily just fall asleep for a long time. So I'll make sure to have an alarm set as well to wake back up again, because that's probably going to happen. But just want to check some of the settings with you, Natasha. Can you see all the buttons that you need to see?
I can see the buttons. What I'm going to do is just check my screen share works before.
Yeah, we'll have you share your
anything else. Yes. So if I do window.
Yeah. So Natasha, I think taking over from Jonathan now, is that right? To be kind of the hub of.
I'm going to give Jonathan just a few hours off, not much.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I do show on screen of that, can you see that okay?
Well, I need to, so on the left-hand side, yes. So I can see that. So hang on, I need to hide. Yeah, so you've taken mine off, put yours on, which is good.
Yes. And I'm going to put on a game. Shall we look at that one?
Right, good job. You hand it over.
Yeah, that's absolutely spot on, Natasha. And you can... because I guess you've got Jonathan. Yeah,
right. Let me just make sure I can do that.
Quite black, yeah, the white wasn't particularly happy on H1, and this is looking fairly brutal for the white player.
I guess, Natasha, you've been keeping up with. I assume you've just woken up and you don't know much about where the tournament standings are at the moment. So this Tashinsky guy has really been playing since the start, just with Keith as well. But obviously not scored as many points as Keith, so therefore is a little bit behind.
Black won this game, so he did win this one though.
Yeah, doing quite well. But Brandon joined a bit late, and so you'll see him.
I was actually playing at that point, and I saw Brandon joining. Yes. So he's playing catch up then.
Yeah, at the moment, and it looks like he's maybe making some headway in trying to catch up. But whether he can keep going until the end of the tournament, I don't know.
Wow.
Because we're joining late, it's Keith's just going to keep going, isn't he? So I don't know how that's going to play out. Natasha, have you got everything you need from me? Do I need to click on any more buttons for you at all? Or I don't think so.
I think I'm good. Can we put our names on the stream?
Yes. So I think it's just because there's too many of us on at the moment. It's taken them off.
Okay, so they come back on and
yeah.
And
we have someone else downstairs, do we?
We do. Here's Jonathan Mestel. Grandmaster Jonathan Mestel's just joined.
Oh, I see. You couldn't know. I didn't know I was here. I've been listening.
You're here.
You're visible. We can see you. You're here. Yeah, and I'm going to head off, and I think Jonathan, you're going to head off now. Is that right?
Yeah. Good night, Simon. Thanks very much for joining us. Nice.
Okay. Well, take it easy. You get a good night's sleep, and nice to meet Natasha and Jonathan. And I'm going to go hiking now.
It's lovely to see you again, Simon. And
thank you very much. Yeah, you've got to come to Japan, shogi.
I need to come to Japan and do shogi. I want to do that. Yes, definitely. Got to get that happening. Cool.
Okay. Well, cheerio, guys. Take it easy.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you so much, Simon. See
Bye-bye
you.
for now. Thank you.
And thank you, John. You're going to have a sleep?
Yeah. So I'm going to have a sleep. So
and see you in not too long. See you at 10 o'clock. But I might see you
before, just before 10. Thanks very much, Natasha.
All righty. See you later. Bye. Right then,
in this
Jonathan.
game, I think White could have won a piece by going queenie
really?
instead of rookie one, but instead, this has happened.
Yes. Okay. So,
who's playing? I can't quite see the names.
It's Toshinsky, 22-12 from Ukraine against Long, 10-55 from the UK.
Right. Well, Black is now winning completely here.
So this was a King's Gambit, and what I'm going to do is have a look at what games are going. Okay, so now let's see a little bit more of this, and then we're going to have a look around of the games that are in action and a roundup on the scores as well. And I'm expecting also 1 minute. See if Matt's arrived as well. Yes, let's let him in. Hi, Matt. How are you doing?
Been knocking at the door for the last couple of minutes. Good morning.
Yeah. I'm sort of operating multiple tabs and things, so
always dangerous.
Let you in.
Right.
Let you in.
Good morning, Jonathan, as well.
Hello.
Hi there. All right. I was inadvertently just playing a game, so I was just trying to see what the leaderboard was, but it ended up
female nurse.
pairing me.
Nice to see you. I'm just that's the chat. You carry on.
Do we get to see the chat too? Or
yes, you can see the chat. If you have so you can in a different tab but have it on mute. If you have the Twitch link open. Twitch TV/ECF_streaming, or else on the right hand side of your screen you can see chat. There's a chat button if you look within this Streamlabs.
Maybe I can't. I'll live without it. You tell us if anyone says anything in the chat.
That's fine. I will respond to chat.
I've got it in the other tab as well, so we got two of us.
Oh, hang on. Oh, there's a chat button there. Oh, right. Found it. Yes.
There you go, Jonathan. So now here, Black. This looks very, very good for Black, doesn't it? Pawns up on the king side.
Well, that's been 3 pawns up for quite a while, but it got slightly. It was better than it was, but obviously it's still completely winning.
Yes. Have you played any games in the tournament, Jonathan?
Have I?
Yes.
I didn't know I was able to.
You are, if you want to. Anyone can play. I've played several, but I haven't been doing that well. It's
you're
5
100
minutes. Like
you're 102nd at the moment.
102nd. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I need to get at least in the top 100, don't I? I mean, that's got to be done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this is nice by black. Just blocking that E pawn and going to come round.
Well, good to play.
So this should be
outside.
fairly easy now, I would think. Not much to go wrong. That's what I'm going to say. But things can always go wrong in these fast blitz games, can't they?
F5, King F4, Bishop D6 is my recommendation.
Yes.
But this is completely solid.
Yeah. Okay, so in the tournament, so you can see these standings on the right-hand side of my screen. So Keith Arkle is in the lead, 455 points. And he has scored, I mean, this is pretty good, right? 128 out of 139 games. So he's been playing like solidly all the time, as far as I know. Maybe small breaks. And then Tushinsky, who we're watching now, has played almost the same number of games, 136 games, but scored 108 wins, which is still good. And Chess Fiction has played 131 games and scored 102 wins. So these people have been playing, must be all the time. Blind Puffin, I've played a couple of games against Blind Puffin, is on 87 out of 109. So those top three.
I could have played C4 instead of Rook takes D3, which would have won an important pawn. But this is now, of course, not working well for him.
That's it. Okay, so let's now take a look at Brandon Clark. Okay, and so Brandonian against Luther Sullivan, we're going to see.
Rook B3 is Rook D2. Rook B3, knight BE2, rook checks, king. No, that's good, but must be better for black here. No, he's doing this.
He doesn't worry about his rook being on prees.
And rook A3.
Rook A3, and then he can come in with rook E2, maybe.
No,
yeah.
king E2. I mean, this is obviously he hasn't intended this. How are we doing? Equal pawns, so black's still better. But
oh, he's going to lose his knight. Yeah, so rook A2.
Yes.
I can do arrows on this, I think. Like that. So you can do that, and then he's forking.
Yeah, but isn't it better? Has this actually happened in the game?
This has happened, yeah.
Okay, I thought you did it with your arrows, but no.
No. I can't, unfortunately, I can't control the course of the game with my arrows. All I can do is suggest moves. Oh, this is nice. So he's threatening that.
That would win a rook at the moment.
That, and then this, which picks up a rook. So black's like, actually, it's just like...
Okay, now rook E3 check leads to a winning pawn ending.
Oh.
He can now swap all the rooks on D3.
Yes, clever. He did it instantly. And now this A pawn is going to win the day.
And there's no counterplay because these pawns block the white king from getting in. I'd have played F4 check and given myself two distant pawns. But this is good enough.
Now
F4.
Yeah. This is it.
Yep.
And efficiently, white resigned straight away, which means they can play more games. So now, who shall we look at? Let's look at Singapore.
Exchange up.
No, nights are tricky when you haven't slept all night.
Yeah. That's how you should change your chess, isn't it? Just swap the knights off earlier. So bishop takes knight.
And now look at those pawns along the third rank. But you could even afford to lose your rook to a fork. But he's going to go rook d3 and
yeah. Is Black's going to win?
Yeah. Knight d3, rook h2, and it's all over.
Oh,
all right. That's all
nice.
Okay, clever, very clever.
Very
Well
nice.
done. Okay, I'm going to look down here. Who else is playing? Let's see. Smoggy Rabbit. Against Rock Troll. Okay. So we commentate on these ones pretty often. Smoggy Rabbit, I believe, is a junior player. Rock Troll is
now rook c2. Yes, it's over.
Yes. Oh, very nice, Rock Troll. A deflection tactic. Yeah. So Rock Troll was famous for as white a King h8 sequence in the British Championships. Which was this amazing tactic played at 3 a.m. Rock Troll's time. And Rock Troll is Tristan Cox, who has been working with Amit Ghazi before Amit got his GM norm just recently. This looks good for Black, though, doesn't it?
That shows remarkable judgment, Natasha.
I know. You can't fool me.
Even for this time in the morning. That's
Yeah.
very well observed. Rook behind the pawn and everything. What's not to like?
Yeah.
Resignable, I'd have thought, but let's see.
All right. Let's have a look. Should we look back at? Let's look at Keith, because we didn't see him yet in this hour. Although I'm sure he's been. Oh, he's
Just
okay. Okay, so we've got Toshinsky against Hacker. Keith's taking a little break. So actually, Brandon Clark is coming right into it. He joined after a few hours into the event. But still, 450.
He's up to 5th, which is very good.
Yeah, you have to get on a streak though. So he's on a streak of 11. So I think now does that mean his games are worth?
Yeah, you get more points.
You get more points. But I don't think it keeps. It's not like 11 points now. I think it's just you keep on with 4 points or something like that.
Yeah.
So this is quite a quiet opening by
didn't
White.
understand the bishop e6 move. Why do you want to put the bishop there? What do I know?
Mm-hmm. When did you last play a tournament, Jonathan? Is that
a tournament? Oh my goodness! Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I played for NCL for a few years, but
that's right. Yes.
I don't know. I played in the British a long time ago.
Yeah.
So you're subtly pointing out my opinions really carry no weight at all.
No, not at all. Not at
all. No experience at all.
Yeah.
Now Black's beginning to get a kingside attack going. Except he's not. Bishop g6, you think? Knight f5, yes. Queen d7, bishop d3, knight e4. Black looking at the h2 square, trying to get something to work down there.
Oh,
got the names up.
I'm gonna change Jonathan briefly though. I'm gonna just change your. Oh, can I change your name?
That's interesting. It's because I joined last night just to see what it looked like, and
yeah,
we saw you on the train. I think it was, wasn't it?
That's right.
Can you change your name, Jonathan?
And what do I do?
I was just wondering if you can. I was trying the dots above your name because I couldn't. But all I seem to do is kick you out, which is not what I want to do at all.
So, all right, tell me what I meant to click.
If you click the 3 dots, is there 3 dots above your name?
No, there isn't.
Just click. Wait, maybe I just click it. Sorry, no, it's all right. I've got it. I know.
I think. Yeah.
And we've missed all the action here.
Sorry.
Knight g4 took on e3, and that was it.
There we go. Okay, right. I'm gonna now get us back. Let's Keith's playing again. So let's see Keith. Keith against Matt 1979.
Bet Keith's fianchetted all those bishops rather than played a Dutch. I mean, that's
yeah. He doesn't normally fianchetto his bishops, does he?
it does his G is King's Bishop, yes, in Queen Pawn openings against Indians, King's Indian, and so on. And he likes playing endgames.
But he definitely likes swapping the queens off. That we are not surprised by at all.
This is good for white, of course, but not.
So I played the Dutch against Keith yesterday, and it didn't go so well.
Ah.
But it's
just trying to avoid the Carlsbad pawn structure, which at least I managed. But
yes, you don't want to go into that against.
No, you don't. But the rest of it didn't end so well.
But this knight hasn't got much scope, has it?
No.
Yeah, so he's probably looking pretty good.
Oh, things are happening.
Now it does. No, it does.
Yeah, it's not an obvious move. What's he up to after knight d5? Okay, just giving more than one target. I don't like c5 as a move. It seems.
Yeah.
Even if it wins a pawn, it doesn't obviously. What's he up to?
It might be he's just playing any move because he's been playing for. I mean, he's been playing for 12 hours. No, 13 hours now, I suppose.
Yes. But see, last two moves dissipated most of his advantage, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, he's trying to get some tactic with knight e6 working, but that's going to work. But
does it work? Yeah.
Even as an exchange stack, it doesn't quite cut it. But
he's going to reroute and try again.
But now black's got activity, didn't need to have. Probably rook c8 now. Okay, that one. Now f4.
So Keith, of course, and Mark Hebton, they jointly won the English Seniors Championship just a few weeks ago. I can't even remember how many weeks ago it was. It was very. It
wasn't that long. Wasn't that long ago,
was it? Maybe 2 weeks ago.
There was a bit of a controversy about the tiebreak rules, if I remember correctly.
That's right, because they both finished on the same number of points, but there were two different sets of rules published for the tiebreak system, and one of them had, unfortunately, one of them had Mark winning, and one of them had Keith winning. So in the end, they're the joint champions. So Keith's I think he's gonna double up his rooks on the e file, and then try and get a trick by taking on.
Black's not some.
Yeah, he just wants this, right?
Brief activity, yeah.
He just wants this. But this still works. So
everything goes with check, so the h3 knight
check at the end.
And now all your bishops are going.
Oh, they're gone. Oh no, the one on d8 as well. Okay. So let's see Brandon. Against Rocktrot. Okay. So both of these players are very attacking players, so this should be an exciting game.
So this was a same-ish, probably with Bishop G5. I recognise this opening, I think.
Ah, yes.
I think.
King's Indian. Yeah.
Oh, yes, I forgot to say that.
Yeah.
And Black is obviously doing really nicely here. Not had to sack. He's actually a pawn up as well as having all his pieces all over white.
Yeah.
Threatening knight d3.
Knight d3. Oh, yes. With
knight
a 4.
d2, though, is a good move. Now, Black Queen is looking slightly as though it doesn't know why it's there.
Yes.
Now,
maybe. I was looking at c4 to try and still come in.
Yeah.
Or just develop the bishop, maybe. Just develop that bishop on.
Well, you've got to, watch the queen doesn't get into.
Oh, is it going to get taken off, do you think?
Well, okay. Now you can't yet go f4, can you? As white, queen takes knight, rook to d1, then a knight g4 check. No, you can't do that.
Oh yes.
So maybe other rook to d1, just guarding the knight. Yeah. Now you're
Yes.
threatening f4 and knight c4 and moving forwards.
Yes. B5.
Ooh, not worried about his queen at all.
No. Okay.
Now that knight's got no nice square, and then bishop a4.
Queen's got the d4 square now as well if they need.
Yeah. So now this is crushing again for black.
F4.
Oh, and we should have said good morning to Ocelot in the chat there.
Morning, Ocelot. How are you doing? Early riser.
Well, what time zone are you in? People could be round the world.
Ocelot's UK, I believe.
Joins,
So
joins a lot of the stream.
You know everyone, you know their usernames too. I mean,
yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I only know the usernames. You know, I don't know any people. It's just the usernames.
Ocelot joins your streams quite regularly, doesn't he?
Yes,
or she.
Ocelot's a regular and plays for the English chess players in the. Well, there's this quarantine league. It was like Bundesliga online, and Ocelot's a regular for the English chess players there as well.
Maybe things have been happening while we haven't been watching.
Yes. Oh, now and what's
White
happening?
seems to have won some material while
Rock Troll's coming back into it. Big style. Oh, now this is all lined up. So, and it's happened.
Yeah, but these pawns begin to
the queen. So now, how's this? Now,
4 connected past pawns.
Yeah, I mean, probably.
Knight d2. Now you're getting some sort of blockade, and then a5, of course. That is. You need to generate some counterplay on the king side.
Okay, here comes the a pawn for black, and white is counter-attacking against f6 and d6. Brandon doesn't care, not at all.
Well,
Brandon's going to keep on going.
I think this will not last too long. I mean, even if you win the exchange, it's not going to be enough to save the game, is it?
This is yes. So this is coming in, but black just doesn't worry about that either, because these pawns are going to be strong.
They say 2 pawns on the 6th are worth. Oh, there.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah, nothing. Rook d3 now, because you've got a perpetual check set up. Because king g8, knight h6 check is a perpetual. So rook d3. What does black play then?
Rook d3.
Yeah.
Oh, coming around here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think black.
Can't we put a rook? Can't we put a rook in here and defend?
Okay, then we can go knight f6, threatening mate, but you can give up a rook on h7. So.
Ooh.
So I think this will win for black. No, what's that? What's that? It doesn't. You can still go rook d3 next move, but oh well, yeah, maybe you can't. Okay.
Okay.
And I think this is now
these curtains.
Yeah. Well, good luck with this.
Okay, black one. Nice game. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, we better see this one as well, because this is going to be an interesting game. Keith Arkle against Brandon Clark. So GM
G3. Told you. You know, that's what Arkle does.
This is what he does. This is his stuff. Carlsbad pawn structure, as you were saying before, Matt. And he's blitzing out the moves.
Well, this I think is theory. They may even have played each other before.
They've probably played it. Yeah. Because Keith does these series of matches where he'll play the same opening again and again against the same player. Or at least he did that again with Hebs.
A5. I'm just predicting, you know, not saying it's the best move. Or rook AD8, another move.
So I would think this position would suit Keith more than
Bishop
Brandon.
E4. Well, yeah. I mean, it is, as you say, a kind of position that Keith has had many times, but it doesn't actually offer White anything.
Yeah. Because the games I see Brandon plays are normally like sacrifices all over the board and these amazing attacks and things.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Double rook and knight endings are most tactical and imaginable. I mean, not
Oh,
so much
really?
this
Okay.
position. Oh, yes.
That's interesting.
So this sort of minority attack idea with b5 and so on, if you've got a d5 pawn, then it's obviously can undermine your pawn structure. But in this kind of position, black can just take with a c pawn and gets a past a pawn, so it doesn't do that much. But of course, if you manage to prevent a5, then you can eliminate lots of pawns on the queen side, leaving black with an isolated past b pawn. But Keith be slower now. I was tempted to maneuver the knight to c5, but now after rook c4, we've got a rook e3 cat tactic, which is got to come at a speed of light.
Oh, I
missed. No. Oh, so rook takes e3 was possible. Takes. Knight takes. Forking these two. And Keith's seen it now.
Yes. Well, that double on the double rooks probably, which now threatens knight e3.
Oh, yes. Same tactic, but this time the fork of the knight and king along the third rank.
And probably f5 now. Just what's this?
He wants. I think maybe it's. You know, you were talking about after b5 to try and get a5 at the end. Maybe he wants that. Or do you think he wants b6 to force the knight back?
Well, obviously, that's very weakening, so it has to work
Yeah.
tactically. But as I keep saying, double rook and knight endings are very tactical.
Yes.
Black will probably swap a pair of knights if he can. Now rook d8, surely.
Yeah, I just thought so. b5 happens now. So you can do your thing.
Yep.
a5, yeah.
And b6, keeping the pawn isolated.
Yes.
But now his knight e6 is looking very good now, guarding all the critical squares.
Yeah. So Keith eventually, yeah, because Keith would want to get the rook in on c7, but the knight's there, just stopping that. So maybe white could try and swap it off with knight.
h5 there was a reflex, but I'm not sure it's the right way to play that pawn structure. But it stops g4. So he's looking at e4 now, trying to decide if that wins material or not. No, okay.
He's going to swap off a pair of rooks. He's also looking at getting something in on c7, maybe.
Well, he's yeah. So, okay, rook d5. Yeah. Now, as you were saying, knight c7 is a possibility. Now rook d6. Oh no, not rook d6. It's those knights again. They keep
rook d6, knight e8. Trick.
Oh.
Knight e8. He's played it anyway.
He's going to knight d6. Yeah.
So black would want to somehow get that a pawn going.
Oh, rook c5, as I was just about to say, is to be what I play.
Yeah.
Now you don't have to worry. I mean, you can temporarily go knight d8, but then knight c4. Now you go rook b5 or something. Oh no, okay. No, this is just going to peter.
I was going to draw.
Any excuse to stop playing at this time.
Yes.
He was a minute ahead on the clock there. He could have found some way to go on, perhaps.
Now, we need to look now at check this. Who is Richard Pert? Oh, playing Ocelot, who was in our chat just a moment ago.
Okay, right.
Okay, let's see it. Okay.
Mrs. Duxler is going to collapse for black if he's not really careful.
For black?
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Black, yes.
Okay. We would see a major upset because black is an IM and Ocelot is not yet an IM.
Okay, going for black.
Going for it. Okay, and if the queen drops back to e3, we've got knight c2. And so what, queen h4 to try and stay on that d4 pawn?
Knight c2, d5. Okay, coming in there. I'd be worried the queens will get swapped too easily there. There's also knight d4 to worry about.
Knight d4's happened. Oops.
That doesn't look as though it's a good move, yes.
Okay. Unlucky.
Right. So, yes.
We'll stay with this one. Smoggy Rabbit against check this for. Oh, by the way, is Max Pert playing as well?
I think he must have had a break because he was in the top 10.
He was going to do 24 hours, but I think he maybe isn't.
So, around midnight last night, he was in the top 10, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Eden Hazard you're looking for.
I'm looking for Eden Hazard, yeah, but I don't see it. I was just looking at the ones with the chessboard by them, which means they're playing.
So I could play c4 here now, transposing into a sort of Benko where it's black smooth. Just pointing it out randomly, because I know you'd like the Benko.
Yes, we want to see a Benko, for sure. Okay.
Doesn't look as though as give white too much, but who knows?
So I wouldn't want to take that pawn, I think, because then the knight just comes out really easily.
So a5 you'd play?
Which one?
a5, I'm asking.
a5 maybe, yeah.
But perhaps just develop with bishop d6.
Yeah. I think develop and castle. d6.
So now, black's got this extra bishop on f8. It's not currently looking too frightening, but one day f5 will come.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, white should head a knight to c4, I would say.
He's interesting. Okay.
Off to the a6 pawn. Now that knight coming to c4 is looking even more attractive. He's opening the c line
Right,
first.
so knight d2, yeah, and coming in.
But this is unfortunately given that square to black, so I prefer just knight to c4 attacking.
You don't want the pawn exchange first.
No,
Yeah.
it just gives black some stability, that knight to c5.
Mm. Okay, I should remind people this is the ECF's 24-hour Blitz charity arena in aid of the British Red Cross. So the Ukraine appeal, so to support Ukraine in the war and humanitarian help there. And if you want to donate, you can do it on this Twitch page. If you scroll down on the About tab, there's a link to the British Red Cross, and you can donate there. So we'll be very grateful for any donations to support that very good cause. We've got people who have been playing already for 13 hours, I think, of the 24 hours, and so going right through the night. And anybody can join the arena, so it's not too late. There's still 11 hours of play left, so please do come in and join the arena. That would be really great. You can see, I think it's on chess.com, and we can I'll work on that in the background, but get a link on how to join the arena there. Okay, we're now following the game Smoggy Rabbit against Check This 4, who is I am Richard Pert, who is actually going to be on the stream later. So at 10 a.m. UK time, Rich Pert's going to be commentating, and I think maybe playing some of his own games as well. So you can see what his thought processes are.
Yes, there was a suggestion on the promo video that he would let the watchers on our stream suggest his first move for him, which sounds quite brave.
Ah, yes. So he'll playing any openings at all that you want him to play. I'm sure all the juniors are going to suggest the bomb cloud straight away, aren't they?
So Oiter's tried a few adventures here. There's e5 break, swapping the e4 pawn for the f6 pawn. That wasn't really positionally called for.
Yeah, this knight's going to come in still to c4, I would.
Well, I mean, you could also consider putting it on e4, but rook c2 should have been played a lot longer ago after bishop h6.
Yeah.
So the d5 pawn is loose. Black's just playing solidly for now.
So you like this for black, Jonathan?
Well, I do now, yes. I mean, what's the problem? Two bishops, and that bishop on g7 is now looking like a real piece, isn't it?
That does look like a very good bishop, doesn't it?
He could take the other one if he wants. That's not probably the right thing to do. Could go b3.
Okay.
If this has to go to h2, d3 bishop looking a bit loose now.
Oh, a bit loose, as in it can just be taken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now just look how black's pieces, they're all good squares, and he's got one more of them. So
one more is a very good thing for black, yes.
And he's got 2.5 minutes on the clock. So
Yeah,
I'm sure
yes.
this is going to
Yeah,
last
because
too
there
much
is no
longer.
increment on these games. It's 5
Yeah.
minutes, and then your time. If your time runs out, you lose. So,
That's crude. That's cruel, rather.
yes,
He likes chasing these pieces around.
yes. He's having fun with Smoggy Rabbit. It's pieces.
Now, going to take on d5 in a moment. With the bishop, let's say when the queen, where's it go? It can take on b4. Oh, there's a rook hanging. Okay. Still a rook hanging.
Rook gone.
I think that's probably
okay.
enough. Yeah.
Game
Well
gone.
done,
Yeah.
Rich Pert. So at the top, right, we've got everybody playing now at the top. So let's go. But what actually I'm going to do is look a little bit lower down. Let's.
There was Max just a bit further down. Eden Hazard. He's just scrolled there, but he's not playing.
See.
Ray from Gambit.
Did I go past?
I like knight f6 to d4 as a plan now.
He's not playing, I think.
There you go. 17th.
Yeah,
he's not playing at the moment.
There's no game at the moment. Okay, so I'm going to just pick this one here. Okay, so we are going to see TPM 07 against Conradical 2.
Do you know who these people are?
I actually, for these ones, I don't.
Right, okay.
And perhaps after this, we should give Chess Fiction a go, as I don't think we've seen them yet, and they're in third.
Let's see Chess Fiction. I played Chess Fiction. I did one quick game just before coming on stream, and it was against Chess Fiction. I was better, I'm sure. I had a good game, but then right at the end, I got low on time, and then I blundered.
So we are looking at a position where White's come a whole piece up for nothing. I mean, there's nothing more interesting happening.
We can, yes. I was going to try and get a mixture of players, but let's see.
No, I'm just pointing out I can count pieces this time.
That's very good. Yeah, that's pretty alert of you. That was quicker than I'd got to there, I must say. Let's try this one then. Okay. Now we're writing an opening. So Doge Dandolo against Long 1968.
So CD and E5 looks natural. Bishop G5. Okay. H6 at once or DE first? So White superficially winning a pawn here, but there'll still be some pressure on the... Oh, he's not bothering with the pawn. Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that move.
No, well, White's style, it's a bit overextended. He's given up the bishop, and it's... C6 now, followed by taking on C5. One day. Wrong again.
Mm-hmm.
A4.
B4.
Okay, so now Black wants to attack the White pawn structure. It's got an F6 break on the... Oh, never mind. They're playing kind of tactics rather than...
So I feel like White's maybe overextending here.
Well, yes. No castles. Quickly. No. I'm not very good at predicting moves, am I?
Well, now this knight's threatened, right? This knight on b5, so he's going to have to go back here.
And now White's going to get his c6 in if he wants to do that.
Okay.
So
White's going to get away with it.
Well, looks like it. That's long run, but eventually Black will break with F6.
Yeah.
Oh, it's. I think White's position is looking okay now.
I reckon White will maybe castle an A4 or something like that.
Notice White's castle, yes. Notice how Black would much rather have the pawn on H7 rather than H6 in this position, because the eventual break of F6 is.
Oh yeah. If you want to do this, but then this is on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen E8 with that in mind.
Yep. Good thinking.
And now you want to prophylactically put rooks on the E file, but can do this too.
F6 played. Okay, we've got it in. He or she.
I'd be tempted to put C6 in first, but as Black.
Yeah.
But to this sort of speed, you get your pieces active.
Now, 95 maybe for White at some point.
Yes.
Because then you can kind of attack that one. But this is good too, right?
Yes, no, it looks better for White, this.
Yeah. Now, could White take on D5, make use of the pin? Is Black threatening some kind of...
No, he has done. So it's Queen F7 now, get lining pieces up.
Okay.
But it's unless you can get some tactic working, which I can't see for Black, it's sort of looking a bit grim.
Because this knight can drop back now.
But you want to get something involving Bishop D4 and Rook F2 and so on working.
Yes. Okay.
Knight E7 is a good try now.
Oh my goodness.
Whoops.
Right, thinking, yeah.
Oh no.
Not positionally. Okay, never mind. This happens. We've all been there.
Yes.
So
Well, they had 3 minutes to think about that as well.
Yeah, but you don't know that there's stuff there unless you've seen it.
Need to be following the stream while playing. See?
Yeah. I kind of think it's all right to follow the stream while playing, I guess. For this event, just because it's a fun
Rook
event.
F3, Knight G4. So
Knight G4.
Exchange sack. Here we are.
Yes. So you have to think to do this instead of taking.
Then I don't like that. Maybe he's got plans. He's going to try and swap the queens with Queen E2. There's D4 loose-ish, but the Queen, yeah. Trying to make this work. Can't make it work. Maybe something to said for Knight E3, strangely.
Oh, really? What, Knight takes E3 now? Yeah.
Yeah, well, it avoids Queen E2 now swaps queens. No, it doesn't. All right. That 90, unless there's something I missed, that was a horrible move.
Okay.
Now,
White should have played Queen E2.
Petrol at least, but D4, Bishop D4's coming. It's suddenly Black's got everything.
Maybe like Queen E4 now.
Well, you lose a whole rook after Queen takes Queen, so there's the trouble.
That's a bad thing. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that move. Guarding Queen H3. Okay, Black hasn't got.
Yeah. Okay.
So
now
Rook F8.
Black only has 17 seconds left, so this. Is
Rook F8. Come on, you don't need to... E8. You didn't play Rook E8.
But the thing is that you can miss it. I had a mate in one of my games, and the Queen didn't go one square far.
And now Queen takes Queen. Wins
no!
It's Queen wins. Yeah.
Disaster.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
okay. We'll go back to one of the top games.
So Chess Fiction a go.
Chess Fiction we are going to have a look at. Yeah. So here we go. Chess Fiction against Honest Joe 1, FIDE Master.
It's a confusing position. Rook D2, Rook F2. And there's knight d6 coming. Black's going to take on e7.
So
I'd like to go rook d2, I think.
and rook here.
But it's confusing. After rook e7, you've got this back rank that's going to, you feel you're going to miss it some critical jump.
Yeah. So here and
here, then rook takes
queens
queen.
on pre's.
Okay, that's a cunning move. That's
so can this rook? Oh no, how's it all working? Rook e7 now. There's a lot going on in this position, isn't there?
Now queen takes queen and rook e7 just seems to win.
That seems to just win.
No, who's listening to the stream? You know, there you go.
Okay. Shall we stick with chess fiction?
Oh, you hardly saw what happened there. Oh, yeah, I played this. It's a really bad move, but it changes the kind of position. 2d4. It's the Black Mardima gambit.
Oh, the Black Mardima gambit.
Yes.
Yes.
Probably good 5-minute games.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, bishop f7 check. Oh, 95 also, yes.
That's oh yes. So if bishop takes queen, we've got bishop f7 mate.
Is that now all completely?
Can't you just go like e6 or something? Oh, and then you just take
bishop.
And if bishop h5, you go queen h5. Yeah. Well.
And then queen h. Oh no.
No. It's now just.
It's just a
threatening rook f6. Probably no, probably not. Well, maybe. Who knows? Got to worry about it though, as black.
This is the sort of thing that happens when you play the Black Mardima gambit.
Well, depends if your opponent has time to think about not blundering or not. But,
c4. Oh, knight.
Yeah, well. That's
no.
Really
oh dear.
You know, I have a hunch people are getting tired. I don't know.
They're getting tired. It's true. It's true. Okay, we're going to switch back to Keith Huckle against Yuri Kharkov.
Who's which colour?
So black. Keith is black.
And has just hung a fork.
Yes. Okay. So that was that. That finished that one off. So let's now go back to Tushinsky. Okay. Tushinsky against I.M. Omisok. We should be able to see who that is, actually. I'm just going to...
Now, as black, you want to maneuver your knight to e4. That takes a while.
If I click I'm hoping this doesn't... Jeff Lawton.
Ah, right. Well, I didn't see that. What's going on here? Okay. So now the white knight can go to f2, where it blocks the mate on the h files because you can escape with king g1. But you've now got 2 pawns in a solid position for a piece, but it's not really enough.
Okay. Threatening that knight on f2 and
Queen d2 now.
Queen d2, you say.
I say.
You say. You claim. Yes, you're right.
Well, I say not enough. It's sort of uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Now, rook d1 or e1, yeah.
So can you get any tactics working? I suppose you don't need to, right?
For white or black?
For white.
A3. What a fine move. That's I don't know what to do, but I would have played b1, I think, with an eye to putting my knight to d3 to e5. But you have to watch you don't get mated if you move that knight away.
Yeah.
Because black's sort of thinking of e5 and rook to h6 check. But
Oh, there's a tactic, right? No, but what's it now? Does it work? Oh,
Well,
just the
bishop
bishop
F2,
B4. Bishop
and because
F2.
G3 is now loose, it's
Ooh. I don't think
I
White
think
planned
I
that.
think
I mean, there's bishop B6 is check, but then you can just take it and
we
take
take
on
that,
G3.
yes, and then you take on F2.
Take on
No,
F2.
no, do this.
Oh, this
mate.
is mate. Yes. Nigel Towers. Let's see. Let's stick with this. So Nigel Towers, who is the
Oh, look, wimps. They're all afraid of the Sicilian.
Nigel Towers is officially a wimp then. Is the ECF director who's been organising this event.
Well, all credit to him then.
Yes.
And presumably D5, yeah. And knight E4. And knight out.
I wanted to ask you, Jonathan, about problem solving.
Oh, did you?
Yes. Have you been doing any problem solving? You used
Well,
to.
so happens that yesterday was the British problem solving championship in Nottingham.
Oh, wonderful.
And I was pipped to the title by David Hodge. I ended up by a point.
1 point.
Yeah, well,
No.
I had a blind spot at some point. Also, I was a bit miffed because they docked me a point for not giving a mate in one at the end of a study. But those
I've seen David Hodge
are
for years. He's very, very nice guy.
He
isn't
is.
he a bridge player as well?
He is. Yes, he's
Yeah.
also we're going to the European Problem Solving Championship in a few weeks in Bratislava.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Also, we've got I've forgotten her name. We've got two women problem solvers, very young, 20 and 16, one from Russia, one from Ukraine. They're now both UK citizens.
Oh, wonderful. Are they chess players as well as problem solvers?
I don't know them. I just met them first time yesterday, but they're good problem solvers.
Oh, wonderful.
You know, black seems to have now A5. Yeah. Taking control of this position. But yes, problem solving is chess problems. I mean, we've all played games of chess. We have these lovely ideas, and usually they don't work. In chess problems, they do work because someone has spent a lot
because you
of
make
time.
them to work. Yeah,
exactly. There's talented people have found ways of making wonderful ideas work, and solving is tricky. But if you like playing chess, which probably everyone watching here does, and you like sort of logic and beauty, then problems are the thing for you.
Yeah.
Was it a good turnout at the final yesterday?
Well, not particularly. It's the first one we've had since COVID in person.
Yeah.
Lots of online events exist.
Where's it held, Jonathan?
Well, usually some school. I mean, it was at Oakham for a long time when Graham Lee was there. Then it been at Eton.
So I went to it when it was 2018 at Eton. I reached the final, which you were at as well.
Mm-hmm.
One I recall.
And look at the back rank, but still, no, not really a back rank. Okay, we draw that.
You can drop the bishop back, and then you can get your king out to G7, so you're not stuck there.
Yeah, but
but now
rook
B7. Yeah. Oh, have you got bishop D? Doesn't help. Bishop D6 trick.
Oh,
what do you do now?
No, that's some. And now bishop D6 check.
You definitely have a bishop D6 trick.
And that should do it.
Right. I'm going to put it on chess fiction. I'm just going to see.
Goodness, what's happening here?
What is
D6 is loose, isn't it? So do you take pawn takes pawn, and if rook takes pawn, queen e6 check? Or maybe queen e6 directly, threatening rook g7?
Oh, Smoggy Rabbit's only got 4 seconds left.
As black?
As black, which can't help. Check.
No, just queen g6 now, all right.
Maybe.
Doesn't really matter, does it? He's got to play a move as the time is going to tick down. And that's it.
Okay.
I can see why they don't have an increment, but that's...
Yeah, you got to think about it well in advance, haven't you? And just make sure you don't get into that time trouble in the first place.
So while we criticise all these moves which miss mates in one and winning pieces and so on, at least they're keeping their clock under control.
Yeah.
Still, what else can we do? I mean, that's why we got up at 6 in the morning, isn't it? To be smug about other people's tactical awareness, you know.
Yeah. Right, here's Peter. Hello.
Hi, Natasha. Morning.
Hello.
Morning.
How are you?
I must say, an erudite
Well, it's 7 in the morning, but I'm kind of, it's okay.
Well,
you
originally volunteered the 6 a.m. slot, didn't you?
We did, no, that's true.
But that proved too popular. Everyone wanted the 6 a.m.
Well, you know how it is. Chess players.
Yeah.
So is it
work out how to get us bigger again to get our names on? I'll be there in a moment, I think. Or maybe it doesn't. We'll sort that out in a minute. Anyway, so yes, you're well. So we are we're following Keith Arkle at the moment against Long 1958. 1968 even. If that's their age, I added 10 years to them. And Keith, so at the moment, Keith's been playing, we think, all the while. He's in the lead with 489 points, and he's got 137.5 out of 149 wins. So he's played nearly this is his 150th game in this event.
And he's on a streak of 6 by the looks of it. Yeah.
Yes. And his nearest competitor is Tushinsky from Ukraine, who has played 145 games and got 114 wins. And then we've got Chess Fiction. Do we know who Chess Fiction is? Chess Fiction London, it just says, not sure. And then Singapore Fuge. And then we know Brandon Clark and Rich Pert are the next ones.
Oh, okay. So how many? So Keith has played the entire time. He hasn't taken any break, as far as you know.
I don't think. I on the other hand, I haven't been following all.
Indeed.
I had some sleep, but I believe he's been playing all the time. Yeah, or pretty much all the time.
I think that was his intention as well, wasn't it?
Yes, that was
go through the whole thing. So.
Yes.
Why would you not? Why would you? If you decide to take part in this, why wouldn't you set it as an endurance test?
He's doing well. I realized I played the first hour and a half, and already I was getting quite sleepy. So even if you intend to,
yes,
you might not.
Mind you, if all of his opponents gave him such an ideal Keith position as this, then you
This is a very nice Keith position.
I don't think you have to be Keith to regard this as an ideal position.
No, that's true, but there's something.
It's not very taxing, is it?
It's this one you could play all night, literally.
So this is just, it's quite a sort of simple position in a way, but it's just this Knight of Keith's is going to be more effective than that bishop here. Blocked in by pawns, and there's kind of holes.
Sometimes these positions just turn out to be drawn. There are a few occasions where Keith could have taken a pawn but didn't, because he just prefers this. But it's not impossible that this is actually drawn with best play. But of course, at this time control and at this time, we're not going to see best player.
No. He's going to put the knight in d4, it looks like, and then
To me, like knight e3 was already quite awkward to meet. But
I was looking at knight e3.
Yeah, this is.
Well, you could go. I was going to say, you could think about doing that just to change it to a position where you're pawn down, but you've got a bishop against a knight.
It's going to be. Oh, it is 1 pawn down, or is it going to be? It's going to be 1 pawn down. Yeah, and actually, then it'll be just
the entire king side can be eliminated.
So I'm thinking the entire. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This check now and then take there, and then these swap, and then the h3 pawn goes as well.
So was taking on b5 risky? Did Keith think perhaps?
I think that
wasn't that clear.
Oh, Keith his.
Oh, I think Black should have thrown in.
Oh gosh! Oh, the king's gone the wrong way.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, I think.
Okay.
Yes. My 6 a.m. streamers, you are welcome to leave the stream if you want, or you're welcome to stay. It's lovely to have you on. So to suit yourselves.
Well, it's been fun for an hour. Thank you. I will leave you to it, and good luck with your next 3 hours, Natasha.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Matt, for joining us.
Doing your own marathon. Good show. All right. See you later, guys.
Bye.
Here we go.
We get our names when there are only 3 of us on sometimes.
Oh, well, we should. I worked that out before, and now I don't obviously see it. But let me. Oh no, it's this one. That's how I do it. Actually, I could have done it even with 4 of us. I was just. It's just it's a slightly, just very, very slightly different setup from the one I usually do. So I'm just getting used to it.
I think Keith's had this structure before. I don't know.
Really?
I'm going to put your GM
familiar about it.
I think you've had it with black as well, and probably white.
I've had it with black and white, but I do. Yeah. I'm a bit more particular about not playing knight f3 so early, whereas Keith just doesn't.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, nice
move as well. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so Ferrari fan I know is Robert Starley. He plays a lot of online events for English chess players as well, and plays for NCL. And
are Brandon and Richard Pert, are they still out there fighting away?
Yeah, you can see who's playing with it, because if they've got a chessboard by them, that means they're playing. So Brandon, because he joined a little bit later, he's still playing. So he's actually up to 5th now. And Rich Pert, we saw a game of his 20 minutes ago, I suppose. He's still playing, and he's going to stream later.
Ah, okay.
Look, he's got his same pawn structure again.
He's got an extra one this time, which in some ways makes it nicer. In other ways,
It'd be interesting to see if he plays the same moves that he would have played if there was a pawn on.
He normally does G3 when you get these things lined up on this diagonal. He quite often does a G3 move in there, but I don't know whether it will with that.
Well, if black goes to Queen D6, he may need a G3.
Yeah,
he'll do G3 for sure. No, he didn't. No, I think he's following the stream, and he's deliberately not just because I said it.
I did wonder as soon as I said it whether he might do that, but.
He's now going to come back and go G3. Yeah. Mark my words.
I mark your words.
Ah!
Oh my goodness.
Actually, that's a slightly strange.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Not what I'd have done. Not what Keith would have done. Oh, no, he did.
No, exactly. Exactly.
No, I mean, no, sort of black. You think, well, maybe I'll get a rook to G6 one day.
There you go. The perils of not taking Natasha's advice are already in evidence.
He'll play G3 now. He'll say, all right, he was right.
Yeah. He's still going to dare you not to... Keith, I dare you not to play G3.
Okay, F7. No, of course, he could play F4 one day instead of.
I mean, knight E4 is probably not a bad move either. Oh no, then Queen D. Okay, maybe not.
94.
Where's the queen going? D5.
Yeah.
But then the queen's come off and Keith's happy.
Well, except
Well,
he's
but
got
if he takes them
knights
off there,
under
he,
bishop, yeah.
not so clear where to put the knight.
Oh, yeah, you might lose a pawn.
He's getting his D5 weakness back.
Yes. Giving up the extra pawn to obtain a weakness. He's got knight c5 as well, maybe. Yeah. And b6, knight c6 wouldn't be clever for black. So.
Oh, yeah, I was going to
Well,
say.
it's. I was saying earlier, double rook and knight endings amongst the most tactical there are.
We've got it again. It's the second time, yeah. With
Yeah, but now rook b8 and rooks. No, there's not. So he has to. Oh, knight c5. He could have made the b2 pawn immune.
Yes,
it looks a little like
he's getting the d5 back, but
yeah, okay.
But you know,
okay, a2 is still hanging. Knight c5 would have been smoother, I think.
I think you're right. Oh goodness, is that knight getting trapped? No, perhaps not. Well,
now
I think this is just.
Can you go like knight f6 and defend the
indeed
pawn?
I say equal. I meant drawn, which is not the same thing at all. And Keith will play.
It's a long way from drawn.
Well, he's also got the customary minute time advantage or so, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, indeed.
He'll play, he's going to play it on. Well, probably he'll play it on. It's a trade-off, isn't it, between trying to get in more games and trying for the win in this one. But I think he'll play it because he's on a streak. He's won 7 in a row. And you get more points if you keep your streak going. So I think he's going to play this on for...
I'm very surprised he didn't play it on.
You know, this...
He's going to now take a draw the moment I say that.
No, he won't. He's not listening to you. He's, you know, do you remember Ulf Anderson, Pete Wells?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. He used to love this sort of small advantage endgame. He'd play forever.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And I say used to, still does probably. I mean, you know. Rook and knight ending, yeah.
Still tactical, Jonathan?
No, well, not as tactical. So, but they're much more. I mean, Ulf Anderson would go for equal pawn structure.
I don't like King G6, G4. It's just begging Keith to go G4. I think. Now he'll be.
Well, H5. What's going on?
Yeah, it's true. There is H5. Yeah, okay. There's not H5. Still H5, yeah? Although it's more tactical now.
So should Keith get his king in now?
Well, there's 94 to worry about all the time. He may just, although he said he'd play it forever, he may not.
He may not.
Yeah.
He may not.
May not play forever, no.
No.
But he may.
Yeah, I was just thinking whether the price of stopping knight e4 is just about low enough.
Yeah, you could like king f1 and it's a bit fiddly to try and get your king out, isn't it?
Got to do all the work with the rook and the knight now, it seems.
Yeah.
H4 now, maybe.
But you're still a full minute up, and now it's like within the final minute for Ferrari fan.
There was rook f8 to think about, or there is rook f8 to think about as well.
Well, I mean, why? Okay, so G6. Ooh. He can't go rook f8, but he can double up on the f7 pawn.
Yeah.
I don't think 18 seconds is enough to hold this position.
No, I don't think so. Oh, definitely not after that.
And this is how Keith does it. It's not just once, it's lots of times.
Indeed.
Can you go King F4 now? Because G5,
Yeah.
King F5 is mating, right?
Is it mate? Rookie 3?
Oh, sorry, there's Rookie 6. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. It's too early.
I think just King F2 T1.
Okay, so yeah, he's done the right
F1
holding thing. Oh
And
dear,
there's the
there's
rook.
the rook.
Yeah.
There it goes. Yeah, nice.
Yes.
Oh, he's lost on time. Bad luck.
Yes, just as things
Okay.
were going so well.
Let's
Equal
see
pawn.
Jashinsky. Against Nazarenko Vital.
Whose move?
White has just put the knight on e4, so it's black to play.
So knight e7, allowing knight f6 check. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, probably.
knight f6 check.
So one day g4 is going to come, and lo and behold, that's
There it is. It's in.
Yeah.
So
so Black's keeping the option of taking that knight on e4 when he needs to. If White goes g5, and probably
That would be a good moment. Well, but see, if White had gone G5 then, what was Black's next move? Because
I take your point. Yes, but things have happened before we finish talking about the position that was. We've got the position that is. So
well, exactly. Yeah, this is true.
that fianchettoed knight is quite good with when you've got a weak e6 squat pawn.
I usually don't like the Finch.
I can't at this time of the morning. How can you play a move?
It's
like
one of those moments where everything you've said up to now is sort of irrelevant after this
Yes.
wonderful move. So I don't like the wonderful move very much.
Well, he just got his position stabilized and suddenly bang.
Yeah, he has to take that with the pawn, and now maybe it's. Ooh, knight h5 is risky. Okay. Is knight h5 so risky? Knight h5.
We take on h6 and you take.
Yeah, and then queen f6. No,
Queen f6, yes.
Queen f6 kind of feels fairly solid.
But g4 also solidly.
Q1.
Now you want to do something to your knight somehow. Probably bishop d5 first. Oh no, I'm getting everything wrong. Okay.
Ooh. Queen on h2 is probably.
Needs to get back into it.
Well, I can imagine Jonathan Nelson advocating a little chat with that queen on h2. It's kind of. Hasn't been included in the decision-making process, I think.
Yeah, and Black's now swapping off the active pieces.
Oh, that's very sensible, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Although Queen e6 would have kind of prevented White making any progress, right? Because I guess there's knight d3 anyway. No, not really.
And Black's position moves on.
Can Black grab a pawn? That's very greedy, but sort of imagine.
Oh, what on a2?
Well, at some point it's.
When he notices it's on praise, he might, you know. So, I don't mean to be rude. It's just it's not what's going on in the position generically.
Yeah.
No, it's true.
And now someone's up asking if they can still join. They forgot.
You can still join, Fimanas. You can. So if you go to there's an English chess players on chess.com. There's an English chess players team, and it's not the one where you have to be a member of the ECF. I'm going to try and find it on my other. Let me try and find everything and post links for you.
Well, there's still 7 or 8 hours left, yeah. So
yeah. You know, you can still join for sure.
You still win.
Comment on your game as well.
But exactly.
If you... Okay. So what I'm gonna give you is let's get some links. You guys can carry on.
The ebb and flow. Oh, is that one on time? All right.
Oh, wow. So has Tushinsky been playing most of the
Yeah,
time as well?
yeah. Tushinsky's played 150 games. Keith's played 153.
Oh, wow. Okay. Serious.
So I copy that link.
H4, yes.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. That really necessary? Maybe.
Oof. Okay, so
So I'm going to post
F4 to stop E5 might be a way to go.
Or you could go H5 and plonk something on G6. Or B6.
I was thinking if I played F4, I might have chances of
I
actually trying
agree.
to win
I like
G6.
F4 is a better move. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, White was doing really well up to that point, but okay. It's
I lost you think. Okay, great. Thank you.
And Smoggy Rabbit is a splendid name too. I assume.
Natasha's been saying it as often as she can, actually. I've noticed. It's nice watching the ebb and flow of games. You have games where one side is completely on top of it and then slightly loses it, and the reverse is true.
Yeah.
So after Calamitous opening, that sort of got his ducks in a row.
I like the pieces in the centre. I still think the king doesn't feel completely safe yet, to me. But...
No, but now it's sort of looking. D3 is beginning to look.
You could sort of have a debate soon, probably about which king is less safe soon.
Yeah, true. But you could go like Bishop C4.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought Black was going to put a rook on the e-file. Bishop C4 check might be mildly disruptive if he. Oh, wait, sorry, the knight's taking.
You can't anymore. You could
really early in the morning.
Just go when your queen was still.
So
I think he could even take on e5. It's horrible. No, I'm not going to claim that that's a move.
So is White legally able to castle in this position? I know at the moment the knight on d2 would be on praise.
Yeah,
legally,
sure
yeah. It's quite legal to blunder pieces away.
Maybe knight c4.
This is suddenly quite awkward, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, they're just going to come in on Black's going to come in on d3.
Yeah.
Which isn't the end of the world, you know. That.
Well, it isn't. It isn't. What do you actually play to prepare?
Well, I suppose you go knight c4 now. Just let you come in. You just take key.
But if I played something like knight ed3 and then b5, is that annoying? I'm hoping to sort of.
It's annoying, yes.
So we're talking about knight here, knight there.
Yeah, I just want to give the knight no sensible squares to go to, really. And there may be some knight f2 and rook takes d2 tactics sometimes, or even knight takes b2 and bishop e5. White needs to be worried about as well. There's a lot of things to.
It is, as you
A lot
say,
of ways to drop material here with white, I think.
Yeah. And actually, black's now building up a huge lead on the clock.
Well, yes, this is a long think for.
Well, you can see why you have to think, because.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, if you're going to have one, this is probably the moment. But
okay, while Smoggy Rabbit is thinking, to remind everybody that this is the ECF 24-hour charity blitz, raising money for the British Red Cross appeal for Ukraine. And you can donate on the Twitch channel here. If you scroll down on the About tab, there's a link to Tiltify and the British Red Cross. So please do consider donating, and that'd be much appreciated.
Meanwhile, if white found probably the only move, which we hadn't seen. So
which we hadn't seen. And if white had done that
quickly, there we
quickly,
go. This is nice. Setting up a pin in the position.
Well, just trying to eliminate one of these knights, which is going to come in.
It's in.
It's in anyway.
And now this is on praise.
Oh, I thought he was taking on.
You have to play queen takes, don't you? Because otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, well, did we miss something?
No, I.
All right.
Think
I'm not sure it was we who missed something.
Yes.
So White spent a long time finding a clever resource that works, and then didn't really follow it through.
Well, sometimes you.
No, I know it's not easy with 30 seconds left in this position. That's for sure. And I speak from experience.
You've had 30 seconds left in the position.
Well, I don't always have the full 30 seconds.
He heard about that against me once, and I confidently moved, and he went Queen C2 mate in the middle of it.
Yep.
So.
Well, as Grizchuk said, if you give mate, you don't have to reach roof 40, which is good. Oh, there goes a rook. Ah, your H5 move, Jonathan, a little.
Oh, this is good. Yes,
bit delayed
to get in.
It's probably not
too late.
Though, yes. Right.
Yay. You've followed up consistently.
I think you might give up now, don't you? No?
Yeah.
Apparently not. Yes.
Okay, we are going to check in on Brandon.
Yeah, let's have a look at Brandon.
Okay.
Oh, Brandon seems to have a.
Oh, Brandon's got a whole lot of
extra.
Okay.
And don't forget the pass pawns on the queen's side. In fact, I've never seen so much material.
Okay.
Oh no, it's lost its pawn on C2. Oh no.
All right, let's check in on.
This is why I love blitz. I think, what's the point of life?
It makes you reconsider your whole existence.
This looks like a grob. No, maybe not.
No, you're wrong. It's a Polish. It's the grob on the queen side.
Oh, one of those.
Started with 1b4.
It's like.
And then move 5 was g4.
Well, if you can't decide if you want to go b4 or g4, I guess you do both.
Might as well do both.
But you have to be a good player like Basman to make this sort of thing actually work.
Mm.
Yes. So sorry, Natasha. Who is Chess Fiction?
I don't know.
Oh, we don't know. Sorry.
Okay. I think a London player. It says on their profile.
Okay. That's a bit less.
Now, as I said, you have to be tactily aware like Basman to get that.
All right, I've switched this to Brandon's game.
Okay.
Trompovsky.
Oh, okay. Yes, this is
sort of working for black.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, this is basically. I was going to say it sounds a little harsh. This is, I think, why you don't do this with white. I think exactly a5 and b6 just. And there were going to be a lot of dark squares for black at the end, I think.
I think Brandon will keep his king in the centre, maybe.
Yeah, although with if you play bishop g7 f5, you can certainly go kingside as well.
Okay.
A lot of the time.
Yeah.
But I suspect the bishop may have more profitable role to play on the other side of the board. I mean, rook a3, queen a5 is already quite.
Isn't it over? Oh, it's 92. Yes, all right.
Yeah, but there would be
Yes.
queen a5 and then maybe rook takes a2 at the end or something, is it?
Yeah, but
there's quite a lot of pressure going on there. Rook g8 is not a bad thing to throw in either, though. Oh, he tricked him into knight f3. That was very cunning.
Yes.
Yes, clever. Now knight e2 isn't available to defend.
I'm not sure why rook g8 makes someone play knight f3 because if you went knight e2, there might be knight g3 trapping the rook off, but somehow psychologically it did it, didn't it?
Still, at least you don't have to worry about your c3 knight anymore. Right?
It's gone.
Yes.
But if you're defending a weakness for 5 moves or so, and then it goes, suddenly you get this.
It's liberating. It is kind of liberating sometimes.
Yeah.
But
pieces can do something else now.
But I think giving away the d3 weakness as well was probably.
Oh, was that a bishop on d3?
That was a bishop back in the day. Yeah.
Okay. You don't even get one back. Oh well.
And there's going to be bishop b7 in a minute. Maybe quite hard to meet. Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Everything's lining up now on this poor g2 pawn.
Yeah.
And this diagonal's a bit weak now as well. Whoops. I'm trying to draw it that way.
Really?
Just because you're 2 bishops and 2 pawns up, 1 pawn.
And there's a3 as well.
He
was checking that you couldn't take. Yeah, that there was
right. No, this is threatening. It's going to be a mate. If
Black has what we technically call the advantage of the 2 bishops here.
Exactly.
The extra bishop pair. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so this will be enough.
Look, d1's not a bad movement. Yeah.
Right. I'm going to see if female nurse has managed to join. So I guess she'd be right at the bottom. Oh, how do I get right to the bottom? She would have only just started playing. That's why. Oh, Mikhail Golubov.
My goodness, that's 4.
What
the hell?
Yes. Mikhail Golubov. Let's see Mikhail Golubov against the Duke of Bebington. Now, the Duke of Bebington is actually streaming at the moment. I can see live from my Twitch, and I think has been streaming all night. So, big congratulations to him for his efforts, and I think has also been doing a grand job on fundraising too. So, so we have the match, Mikhail Golubov against the Duke of Bebington, and I don't know how many games. Let's see how many games Mikhail's played. Just gonna scroll down here. I think he might have. I don't think he's been playing all night. I think he's
no, I wouldn't.
Maybe joined this morning.
Superficially, there appears to be a piece up here.
Okay. You say superficially.
It's my best ability counting pieces, actually.
Yes.
But,
so wonderful to see Mikhail playing here. And I've lost where he is on the leaderboard, so to see.
Yeah, he's 119.
He's 14 out of 19 so far.
Right.
Rook d8.
He's actually slightly behind on the clock, which is interesting.
Yes.
But as Jonathan says, rook d8 looks like
the move to just swap off.
A natural way of.
Yeah.
Some progress.
G6.
Okay. So
what's happening to rook d6 here?
I assume then rook d8.
You can still go rook d8, can't
I
you?
assume it must be rook d8 then, but
Okay, so
slightly
h3
strange way.
then.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, queen e5 is sort of feeling a bit loose, black. Right.
2-3.
Yeah,
I actually
knight
wonder-
h5 feels slightly sort of middle gamey rather than end gamey to me. But
oh, is he going for knight g3?
Well, maybe, but it
yeah.
doesn't do everything much.
Or
does
knight
it?
f4 maybe is better.
Well, knight
actually.
f4.
Knight f4 now. Knight f4
now.
Knight f4 now looks good to me.
And into
Walking a
d3.
fork.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, into d3 or e2 if you're allowed to.
Well, I imagine rook d2 will
I
come
imagine
now.
you're not allowed to.
No,
I mean,
no,
you're
no,
allowed
no,
to.
no,
Knight
no,
e2.
no.
Okay.
That's
You're playing. Female nurse is playing, so we have to try and find female nurse.
so Black's plan worked perfectly from the point where we were kind of contemplating.
So, is it technically possible for people to listen to our commentary while playing?
Yeah, technically possible, yes. And are you meant
That's
to?
why we make it so unhelpful, isn't it, Jonathan?
Yeah.
right.
We shouldn't do way too much.
To prevent any possibility.
There's always with streaming. There's always a little bit of a delay actually.
Okay.
I'm
also commentating later today on a bridge event, and there they because where the cards are is so critical, they have a half-hour delay before.
Yeah. No, our delay will only be seconds, but even so, in a 5-hour sudden death, it's 5 minutes sudden death even.
Good morning, sudden something.
Good morning, Southern Chris. Oh, mute during the games. Yes, that's the thing.
Obviously, what one should do.
Right. How do I find female players? Okay, sorry. Yeah, let me get this better. Let's do this better.
Black kingside is a little bit ropey here.
Yeah, there's a plan for white, I think. Okay, but f5 keeps at bay for the moment.
Well, I don't think so.
I want to find female nurse, but I'm now just trying to work out how to do it. I don't want it in my next game. Okay, I might not manage to do that. Games here.
Now Black can either exchange queens or the d3 bishop.
Yeah, knight f4.
A step forward, I think.
Well, yes.
So Black can exchange queens.
Not like better. Yes, anyone can join the tournament. Yes, you can. If you want to win a prize, then you need to have donated at least £5. You do it via the ECF website, and I've posted the link in the chat. I'll just post it again with sort of details of how to do it. So if you join that club on chess.com, and anyone can join that, then you're able to join the tournament. So hope to see you there soon.
So do you know how many people have actually played at some point during the night session?
Yeah, there's 438 players.
Wow. Oh, sorry. Yes, it's on the top.
So yes, big.
That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
I'm going to stop trying to find female nurse. But female nurse, if you play one of the top players, I'll be able to find you more easily, I think.
And I'm getting a rook and pawn ending.
Again, another rook and pawn ending. It's happening all the time. How to play. Right, Bedstrap.
Rook takes d4. It's not.
I'm just going to send this link again. Your February 27 female nurse. Right. I am. Okay. So if I do a search February.
Doesn't look like black's pawn up in this position.
I'm very baffled by why black didn't take on d4. That looks
yes, I was too, but
that's very.
Still doesn't look as though black's pawn up.
No.
February 27. Okay. February 27. Are you playing at the moment? February 27 shows 3 dots. Okay, I'm gonna stop trying. Sorry.
Well, it's certainly making progress here.
Yeah, black's moves became very hard to predict at one point.
Yes.
Okay, see you a bit later, Bedstrout.
It's still all right, I think, for black.
Mm.
Well, you got rook e5 coming.
Well, I just wondered whether f4, f5, f6 might be a plan, actually.
Yes, yes.
And
Well,
obviously f4 has the virtue of stopping rook e5. So
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
there we go.
King h8 here.
Okay, now rook c2.
Oh, are my links not coming through?
What's that, Natasha?
Melt like butter. I was trying to post links. Yeah, we might not be able to do this right this because poor old Jonathan Blackburn, who is running this account, is having 4 hours sleep. He's been
is he? Okay.
streaming for 13 hours or something. Well, yeah, I hope he manages to get a little bit of sleep because then he's back on again later.
Yes.
This is looking dangerous now, isn't it?
It's looking very dangerous indeed.
No.
ECF streaming does. Yeah, I was watching at the start, and there was this like automated move bot that was telling off anyone who posted a comment. I could start telling you off manually. I think it's gone now. Don't write a message that's too long. It was it's gone. Oh, your link's not working. Right. Okay. So, okay, what I'm going to do, if I just go back to the actual stand, if I thinking ECF, yeah, Delacorte, if you can, thank you, if you can tell people where to go, that's good. Yeah, I think we've gone to the news item. But when you go and join the team, I think the link's not so obviously showing there anymore. So if it's possible to post a link to the actual arena, that would be really nice.
I think rook e7 was game over. Yeah, I think.
Well, no, rook f3 was still possible. I think.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
What? Ah, yes, that's right. Yes,
Yeah.
of course. But only rook f3, and now it is
Indeed,
over.
and now he's suddenly noticed
Yes.
he's lost a.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Next, the queen will. Oh,
Well,
oh, that's. I suppose that's also. Oh, it was also mate in two, but.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Golly, Keith, just one game after the next. We better switch. Let's see Brandon, because he's moving up the field now. He's into 4th.
Yeah.
Oh.
And look, he's had to go back with his knight.
Well, it's not clear that he had to, but he might have chosen to. But,
yeah.
Oh yes.
Black's position.
I'm trying to find anything positive to say about Black's position. It seems that sort of development, squares, pieces, everything is a bit grim.
Oh, this knight could come in.
Yeah.
Sort of fantastic, Sprout. I'm pleased. Well done. Good luck.
I said it for e6. You can see why he went back to d3, really. Ooh. What?
Oh no, the queen's trapped.
Again, the queen.
That b6 move looked really tempting, but it's allowed this trap of the queen. Okay.
It actually allowed knight. It allowed alternative trappings of the queen. That's quite
okay.
Indeed, yes.
Yes.
But you know, you think I've got to play a move quickly and hope for the best, and oh.
No, absolutely, yeah. So.
Oh goodness.
I've had this opening against in Hastings, like in the before the start of time for Black.
Yep. Well, that's a particularly clear.
Another thing where Ulf Andersson's name is relevant, right? Although not this position, I think.
I feel White has failed to demonstrate an endgame advantage here.
Yes, 2 pawns now.
Yeah.
They're playing really fast, which is going to help them get lots of games in. It'll help them move up the arena. Rook in.
Oh,
gosh.
Oh,
that really...
rook to somewhere.
Not actually mate.
B4, yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Yes.
Okay. And
that was a quick game.
That was.
Right, Bedstrap. I will try and find you, but I'm just having a trouble actually working out how to find particular players.
A Philidor by transposition. G6. No, right.
Bedstrap. Okay, playing. Okay, let's do it. Watch. Okay. So this is Bedstrap, who was... No, it isn't, though.
Sorry, who did you think you had?
The person in the chat just now who has just won the tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
How did this position come about?
So this is a different. This is Bedstrap against Duke of Bebington. So Bedstrap just joined from our stream. I don't know how they got to the position.
It just can't have happened. This position. I'm sorry.
How did the bishop get to g2? We wonder.
Bishop h3 takes g2 while White wasn't looking. You know. Can you see the moves? Probably you can. Oh, it was a g4, of course. It was one g4.
Ah, a grub. Okay.
Must have been, yes.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Okay.
There's a lot.
So big match.
Okay.
Bedstrout, Duke of Bebington, Rook has been taken. Duke of Bebington has been streaming all night. Bedstrout has just joined from our stream chat.
And I blunders my rook, says Ben Strout. Yeah.
And the rook's gone. Blunders the rook. And we joined as you blunder the rook. That's what always happens to me.
Commentator's curse.
Yes.
Yeah.
We jinx our players. That's what we do.
They do seem to be dropping.
Oh dear. Okay, but there's still a queen, a bishop, and a rook left to do things with. Yeah, and this queen is coming out into play. Anything could happen here. White would...
but probably won't. I mean, if we're being honest.
I don't know. There's castles long in the position, isn't there?
Queen e4, and then the rook can go. Yeah.
Castles long's happened. Oh. Then the rook goes.
Oh dear.
It's a tricky one. Okay, I'm gonna also.
Fortunately, there's another 300 games left, so
Exactly.
Yeah, you can get plenty. There's plenty more hours left in this tournament. So we're now at nearly 8 o'clock. It's going to go through till 5, so 9, 10, 11. Another 9 hours of the tournament to play, so that's all fine.
did you count those one at a time, just out of interest?
Yes, I just counted them on my fingers.
Just as well, you have enough of them.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to try it again as well for female nurse, who is playing. Okay, I'm going to switch games because that one was looking pretty clear. So we've now found female nurse as well, who is playing white in this game.
Yeah, doing quite well.
So I think she doesn't mind me saying this. It's Raylin Posadas, and she is looks like a nice position.
Indeed. B6.
Oh, it's an even nicer position now. This commentator's curse again.
Yeah. Well, no, we're commentating on white.
No, it's true. Okay, not that, but from the point of view of the
other player,
interest in the position, just
unlucky Bedstrout. I assume that one we saw quite a bit of it, but I assume it didn't go your way in the end. Okay, we now have a Sicilian super trump against Singapore Fiorage, who is coming 5th in the tournament at the moment.
Oh,
another of these tedious people.
Jonathan's not impressed.
Jonathan does not like the bishop b5 check against the Sicilian.
Yes, well, it's one of these openings that people play because they're afraid, but they do it while they believe there's some theoretical value to it. The moment you persuade them it's equal after that, they can't do it anymore. Just a prejudice of a lifelong dragon player here.
Exactly.
Oh, unlucky losing on time, Bedstrout. Yeah, it's one that is.
Hey, well, you see why it's got his little edge?
Well, you could have gone e6 as black and then get rid of that.
Yeah, then there would have been less of an edge. It's true.
So now what? Rooks to open files, and the b2 pawn's always going to be a bit of a problem. Oh, b2 pawn's going to be a bit of a problem. But White's done something.
Oh well, now
the rook to a semi-open file. Yeah.
Okay, there's knight e5, but nonetheless, I sort of.
Now knight c4
Knight
maybe.
It's coming
now,
into
now black
h6, you know.
feels very comfortable. Yeah.
Now, come on, queen h6 and mate.
That's
Oh,
so
f6, rook
Better
d4.
play
It's not
f6, I
really
think.
getting anywhere, is it? Maybe knight d.
yeah. So white's threatening this kind of stuff here. Was going to be knight g5 and then sorry, doing all sorts of bad things now.
premature queen h7, but rook
Not
d4,
that,
knight
not
d6.
that, not that.
Maybe is that?
Yeah, yeah, that's perfectly comfortable here. But
I think so.
So it looks like white's going to try and maybe get the knight out of the way, rook onto the h file, and keep playing along there. And black's
maybe knight d4 now for white.
Yeah, I like knight d6 less against rook d3. I must say.
Indeed, yeah.
Okay.
Now knight d4. Yeah.
knight d4 played.
Yes.
Yeah, so white, if you tried to put the rook out the other way, then knight e6 was going to be strong because queen g7 mate would have been a threat.
Well, we met with knight f5, so it wasn't so clear.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then maybe they should have.
Well,
Maybe.
no, but then there was rook h3 if the rook went out the other way. No, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
And that would be.
Okay, rook e6.
Oh, tempted to play rook d4 now.
I was looking at that
Yeah.
too. Yeah, rook d4, and then
Well,
if they do pawn
Sort of,
check,
oh, nice. It's been
Yeah.
aesthetically appealing for a while,
Yeah.
but it's really nicely timed now.
yeah, because if rook takes, you've got knight f5, and if pawn takes, you still could go
Still got
knight
knight
f5.
f5.
Five, you just play with your solidish position.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen b5 might be possible.
It's tempting to give your king a square.
Yeah, no, of course. No, very nice. Yeah.
Ooh, that's happening to knight h4 now.
Knight h4, yes.
We'll find out.
Yeah, so this introduces back rank threats back into the position.
Very cool. Very cool. Queen to f1. I suppose you just swap the queens off. You can't. What did you do after queen f1?
You can't sort of. Oh, queen f1 was quite awkward, right?
Yeah.
So instead of this, the commentators were thinking this one.
Well, it just ties white's pieces down.
Yeah.
Not obvious how to make progress, but black's doing fine here.
Black's doing an alternative plan of trying to queen one of the queens.
Okay.
Oh, this is a yes. Okay, good trick there. So if queen takes queen, you've got knight f3, and you can recapture that.
It's a good trick, although if it trades the b6 pawn for the d4 pawn, I'm not so sure. But
yeah.
Oh, queen d6 check, right?
Yes, that seems to be.
Oh,
you can see why Singapore Flow's got a lot of. He's quite tactically sharp, isn't he? And we like his exchange. His exchange set was really nice.
Someone's asking.
Yeah, what I can do, I think I can't type that stuff, but what I can do is type you the. This is the club in chess.com you have to join. And then you should be able to get to it from there. Hi, Chess Club Live.
I like that game, Jonathan. If everybody did that, then people would have to start allowing the dragon again, wouldn't they?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, we're going back to looking at the tournament leader, Grandmaster Keith Arkle.
As white.
As white. against Diana Strubt from Ukraine as black. And white's building up these central pawns.
White has a lot of space.
D2? No? Oh, going for the Queen H6 again.
Oh, then the same idea as we saw in the last game. And white's going Queen H6, Knight G5 to try a quick checkmate.
Now
In it comes. Right, Matthew's joined. Let me just let him in.
Oh, Matthew's.
No, good morning.
Good morning, Matthew.
Matthew.
My goodness, I would have bet against seeing two GMs
And a WIM.
in a WIM in a commentary at 8 o'clock in the morning on a
Well,
Sunday.
it's now 3 GMs and a WIM.
Tash and I have been going for 2 hours, I'll have you know.
We have.
It's only because I was denied my 6 a.m. slot, you see, Matthew. That's how it works.
Well, I said make it as early as possible, but just on the Sunday. But I hadn't realised there was a 6 a.m. slot. I'm kind of glad I didn't get that one, to be honest. But wow! So I saw that Keith is just sort of steaming ahead somehow.
Yeah. So if we have a look, I'll just put a.
Well, he's playing all the time and winning
So
most
he
of
has
the time, which seems
523 points. He's on a streak of 5 at the moment, and he's got overall he's got 147 out of 159.
That is great. I mean, to
Pretty
be fair,
good, right?
playing a lot is part of it, but that is a very impressive tally.
It is, yes.
My goodness me, yeah. Because I mean, probably in percentage terms, he's going to be way ahead of anyone else, I think, as well. Wow, that is pretty impressive, I have to say.
Yes.
It's, I spent I don't know, I watched probably Keith's games for about an hour yesterday, and yeah, you saw a few recurring themes in terms of openings. It's
Yes.
We have, and also in terms of endings, we've actually this morning seen already several endings with 2 rooks and a knight against 2 rooks and knight, which are very, as we said, very tactical types of endings. So it's been jolly interesting on endgame play as well as opening play from Keith.
Fascinating. It's been fascinating.
Oh,
I'm glad I.
Did White have Knight takes H7 there, or did that just it's complicated? Rook G6. No, you didn't have that.
yeah, no, I think
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to get involved in complications. Just
yeah, no.
Like,
Bear in mind, he's been playing for 15 hours already, so
Yes.
I think it's probably
warming
not
up.
between.
He's just warming up, Matthew.
It's it was last year when he won it, he sort of stopped a couple of hours before the end and then played some arena somewhere as well. It was well, one of these.
I tell you what he did. He maybe did that as well, but he also, after the 24 hours, then he played the English chess player, like in the Bundesliga. He played it that same day. It was like on the Sunday night because they have it 7 o'clock. So it finished at 5, and then he was back on at 7 o'clock, played another 2 hours. So.
Wow.
I mean, actually, it's one of the things you notice about, with COVID, actually, that, I wouldn't have said before that all happened that Keith was a particularly good blitz player or anything. I didn't really think it was his strength at all. But actually, he really took. I mean, when all that happened and chess moved online, he played. He's just started playing enormous amounts of blitz, and actually his style has changed a little bit because of it. I mean, obviously we're seeing a lot of endings as well, but with black he's playing a little bit more riskily. I certainly think his tactics have got better, whereas that was always one of his slightly weaker points before. So I think actually online game has brought quite a bit to him. It's pretty impressive. Always nice when you see old dogs learn new tricks. That's.
I think his tactics were always not bad in slow play, but he tended to play quickly a lot of the time, and if he slowed down to look for a tactic and he saw something was there in the position, he would find stuff really well, but just most of the time he didn't slow down. I think that was the thing.
Yeah.
But now he's, as you say, he's more tactically alert at fast speed as well.
Yeah, and his black, he's taking a few extra risks with black as
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
playing a little bit sharper and all that. I definitely think his game has evolved an awful lot with with this with playing an awful lot online somehow, and so it's it's really really nice to see somehow. Ooh, let's have a look. What's happening here?
Is he going into E5 maybe?
I mean, I'm not sure. I would rather keep it on C5, to be honest. I think. Because I don't know, the C3 pawn is so weak, so just covering it in one area, and also on C5 the knight covers B3 as well. So
I suppose you could take and then D5.
Rook E2.
Oh,
maybe, yeah. Okay.
he's going to okay.
Oh, now D5. I think that was...
Indeed. Yeah, he's going to swap off a pair of rooks and do that, but there's going to be quite a few loose pawns now. C4 even. Okay.
Yes. Okay, and then rook C6. I suppose he could.
Nice. Okay, he's just done it like this.
Mopping up a few balls.
Munch, munch, munch. Munch. That's pretty good. Yeah, F4 from black. Ooh. I think that was a pre-move or something. I think. Because I think normally Keith would have just swapped off
the rooks, right?
Yeah.
I know he likes rook and pawn endings, but
every move I don't understand.
Well, thing is, it's at some stage when you've played. I mean, I've never played a blitz for this long, but when you have those. When you played those long sessions, where a couple of hours or something, at some stage. Nothing seems to make any sense anymore. And finishing off games, I always find really hard. When I've been playing blitz for a long time, it's just odd things start happening. And
we're hopping to Brandon Clark, who is on a streak of 16 wins in a row.
Whoa!
For white.
As white.
He's white. Yes.
Yeah. Well,
I'm expecting 17 here. I think
we're going to jinx him. Yeah. No. This is looking good, isn't it?
Yeah, this is really powerful. He's playing against Joe Root, so got to watch out there.
Maybe Black could have put the bishop on E4 at least, rather.
Yeah, this is takes. Oh yeah, takes probably. We're going to take with a rook on this.
I thought he might. I thought he might send Black's king into action there.
Knight F5, rook F5 now. Yeah. Okay.
Fe. This is going to be pretty good, I guess. Bishop G5, maybe rook H4.
Rook H5 or not?
Rook H5 now, I think maybe.
Yeah.
Do we have something like, could we go H4 after rook H5? And then if knight H4, we go rook F7. We've got rook F7 and rook B7 afterwards. That's going to be good. So, although I feel, can black go something like knight takes E5 and sort of, I don't know.
Yeah, black's made more mess than should have been possible, I think.
Yeah. G3.
Okay.
You could still go.
I think rook
F5 is tempting.
F5 starting to feel scary.
Yeah.
King F8 and then Queen F3 afterwards.
So you want to sacrifice the exchange right away?
And go Bishop H5 and then go Queen F3. Oh, H4. Yeah, that's a. Oh, wait a minute.
You can take it.
I keep getting worried about knight takes C5 and if DE, then Queen C5 check. But actually, after knight E5, you've probably got Bishop F4. It must be said. So that's probably going to.
So after knight, there we're going to go.
Bishop F4 is probably possible as well.
With a pin.
No, you got Queen E7 then.
Queen E7, yes, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's
good. Yeah.
Oh,
he's done it.
5 repetition.
You got to admire the speed with which that came.
That was true. That was instant. That was instant.
No, if you're 15 hours in, this is going to be very strong. So I suppose Queen,
Queen C5 check. He's just going Queen D4,
yeah?
Yeah.
Or even, I suppose, even King H. No, we don't have.
Well, Queen F2 seems a bit unnecessary.
Now, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Queen D5, okay.
Well, no, we had Bishop H5 check and then E7 and Queen D5,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure. Maybe it runs the out. So this is, but this is all clearer. G6 was a bit.
Because white must be just completely winning now, right?
White
But
is completely
this has
now.
been really entertaining in such a short time. They both came up with some nice ideas.
That's the thing, because Brandon's his games are not lasting very long. That's
No.
let's even stick with him for one more.
Yeah, no, he's a lovely attacking player with white. He's really he has some crazy games. It's really
classical stuff.
Anyway, yeah, Elephant Gerald really should have played the Elephant's Gambit, but okay. So knight d5 is the normal way we go. H6 is possible as well, but I think it's slightly less good. It's supposed to be.
Yes.
Oh, this is not supposed to be the way.
Well,
although I mean, to be honest, yeah, with all these positions, I mean, I never really understand Black's play at all with this knight on a5. But it's classic.
Even the knight d5 ones, you're not.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, no, it always works out fine for Black. I mean, but it's just so hard to understand, you know, that knight on a5 and your split pawns and all that. And there were, I was looking at some. They chose a line like this in one of the Engine championships, and on top of that, the Engine swapped off the queens, you know, and so you're a pawn down, the knight on a5 and everything, and you're thinking this can't be anything, surely, but no, they still managed to make a draw. So, but this is looking very, very nice for Brandon. I think that
he's threatening bishop h6, isn't he?
Well, indeed.